Scribal Sessions Volume 1. For the record. Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it. Attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. Most will not make it there, so can I take it? Reality shaking, you've seen what I've seen. Reap what you sow, with the weavers of speech, achievers, and this is the read 'em and weed 'em. You cannot read in vibrations that none of them speak. Walk a MEDU, netter, light is feather is heavy. To learn that your will isn't free, that you're willing. I continue to lead with my ebas, I'm sweeping my conscience clean. Training in realms that are unseen, my aura is some set fire to all of the fiends. Stand on my eye, this is all seeing eye. We supply 93, that means we are supreme. Healing through tones on my senses, connecting in this year. Wealthy is health, this is green. This is illusion, reality veiled in delusion. Thoughts become intrusive, it's foolish to not know by now that it ain't what it seems. This is way more than belief, I see clearly the lies. My six senses of sight are hypnotized, no wonder everyone sleeps. Open your eyes. It's time to set off the alarms, the performance self-harm. Don't you know you're a star, God in human form, and you rise with the beast. More than man, bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper. Seeing the state of the planet, the damage, the famines expanding beyond your belief. I see they landed, they've handed the people a cannon and aiming it right at your feet. Blowing the hole where you're standing, creating the panic. The tactical planning is deep. Teaching you're only a man and that God is in heaven, the seventh outside of your reach. If you're the question, they'll call you a manic, frantic, erratic, depression, demonic. When you're teaching through the magical speech, they'll call you serpent, the one in the garden. Pardon my knowledge for having the knowledge and prowess to see. He really told the truth to Adam and Eve. You'll have distinction between good and evil if you eat of the fruit of the tree. Now you're a god, open your eye, cleansing yourself so that now you can see. They stole the stories and twisted them like it's a spliff. They put the fire to leaf, I put the fire to speech. I put the fire to heat. We don't do liars and thieves, they just desire to greed. This is my record to keep, this is my throne. You cannot sit in my seat, and I command it. I give more than 10 commandments. This is the law of attraction, and we have infinite stamina. My stage is where I'm standing. This is my eye, God is in me. I only keep goddesses with me. They are the magical beings, they are the holy ones, birthing the gods. We're overcoming the odds. We are the even and odd. They're in the odds, we're in the all. Ancestors answer my prayers, forever grateful. I will forever say thank you. Inspiration to awake the sleepers. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper.
Prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of MAAT, and may you rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore. MAAT.
I look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, don't fly in silence. Observation with my eye open eyelid. Look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jins. Sword, swang, samurai, I am Shem. Suhor, son of Heheru, I am him. King, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jins. Sword, swang, samurai, I am Shem. Suhor, son of Heheru. Words powerful, Hekau. See, prove you can feel the roots. Gone, just look up, I am proof. Breaking doors down, make some room. But I is now speaking through me and trust me. Tef, you're muted, great brother. We hear your sounds, but we don't hear you. Okay.
Otep. Welcome everybody to the House of ATEN. Ancient Tehuti and Teachings on the Teru presents Seshep Session number 1, Pouring Down New by the great PTAH ATEN Tehuti. Before I introduce the great brothers on the panel, we will begin as we do every week with our Nefer affirmation. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Anki MAAT, NS, Nintet Oset MAAT, Men Hepapet MAAT, Per Inhu Kui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everybody. I'm the mighty Atef Rim Kim Ma'at. Esteemed brethren, as a devoted disciple of the Master Teacher Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, I humbly serve as your guide and host in the sacred halls of the House of ATEN. Each week we gather here to immerse ourselves in the profound teachings of Ma'at, embarking on a journey of enlightenment. Within this sanctuary, we explore the depths of truth, drawing wisdom from ancient artifacts and the profound teachings passed down by the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. My commitment extends beyond these gatherings. As a true-hearted devotee, I strive to live and breathe the principles of Ma'at, showing love for my people and resonating with the sacred vibration of the MEDU. I stand as a steadfast guardian of Ma'at, protecting the sacred laws that govern our existence within the House of ATEN. Next we have the mighty Dejed Sejim. Primordial Thought 9 is a seeker of divine wisdom, the wisdom with universal structure, the wisdom that remains the same from every perspective, the wisdom that adapts to any interaction, the wisdom that creates silence, the wisdom that sustains the House of ATEN. And without further ado, I'll present her for the night, the mighty scribe Ani PTAH ATEN Tehuti, Tatir, Vizier, Overseer of Administration of the House of ATEN, Chief Treasurer, Shesh Nesut, Royal Scribe of Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, Sab Scribe of Ra, Sajet E, Reciter of Aku, Effective Words of Conscious Light, One Grade of Heka, Excellent of Magic, Technology Architect of Tehuti, Bull of Ma'at, Truly Silent One, Controller of Temper, Most Expert in His Calling, Protector of the Natiru, Neb Acker, Lord of Excellence, Son of the Great Unifier, Nu, Holder of the Secrets of the Duat, Smaui Sekli, one skilled in the arts of music and poetry, Him Net the Tepi in Shechet, High Priest of Shechet, Saba and MEDU, Teacher of the Divine Language, Embodiment of PTAH's Writing Board and Tehuti's Mirror, Leader with the Art, Sep, Eve, Great of Humility, Servant of the People, Tehuti manifesting him, Heru manifesting him as PTAH Neb Ma'at, Lord of Truth, Shimsu Natiru, Messenger and Follower of the Natiru, PTAH Ani ATEN Tehuti, a living netta upon earth who lives in Ma'at, Unk, Dejed, Usir, life, stability, and wealth. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to Study Guide Sundays. What's up, big brothers? Peace. How y'all feeling?
Peace. Doing good, man. Feeling good. It's a hot day today. Still beautiful. Ra's still shining bright out here, man. So yeah, it's just with the old man. You know how it is. Everybody about to get back to today's schedule. They school schedule, they summertime is over. Time to get back at it. So yeah, we here, man. Definitely excited for the class that PTAH bringing, man. But yeah, man, we doing good. How about yourself?
Man, I'm Nefer, great brother. Just looking forward to. I don't know what I'm looking forward to. The new style and fashion. I don't know what that great brother Scribe got going. You know, he always cooking, always in the lab. So this is great. You know, I don't know. I don't know what to expect. You know, I just know I'm expect fire. I already know. So I already know it's gonna be fire. But yeah, same thing here. Just getting ready, getting the family. You know, getting ready for go get that good Rockefeller curriculum that if you don't accept it, you go to jail. You know, one of them. Just getting the kids ready. Go get that Horace Mann doctrine. You know how it go. But I'm great, man. Had a great day today. So yeah, Hotep Ma, peace and love to everybody in the chat. The great sister Angela Gates, peace and love to you, great sister. Peace and love to Minty Hotep. Of course, the great brother Robert Williams. Eric G, that's it. Peace and love to you, great brother. Good to see you. And what did I say? Johan B. Good to see you. I don't recognize the name, but good to see you. Welcome, everybody. Boxer Tut, of course, great brother. Peace and love. The Bet Amoon. Yeah, this gonna be fire, man. This was supposed to be a Sarnetta session. You know, I had to go back to the lab, so I already know. No, this gonna be extra special, great brother. Peace.
There he is.
Hotep, mic check.
Mic check. Peace, great brother.
Okay, I'm a little muffled.
Not anymore. You good now?
Okay. All right, to our great brothers. Uncle Justin Neb, Hotep Hinu, great brothers. How are you great brothers doing?
Peace, great brother. Looking forward to the new Seshep SESHION #1. This is a #1. So this is a new #1. You know, we the best. So definitely I don't know what's going on, but I already know it's gonna be fire. So yeah, man. Good to see you, great brother.
Good to see you too, great brother. Hotep.
Man, I was looking forward to the Sarnetta, man. I was looking forward to that, man. So you have to pivot a little bit, but he always ready. He always got one on the hip.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That one was gonna be about Gab. I already know that was gonna be super extra biological imperative special.
Yes, definitely super snake style type of session.
Exactly.
So it's gonna be fun, but yeah, we had to reschedule. I don't know for when, but whenever that opening happens, I'm gonna jump in there. So it could be any time this week. You know, whenever I can get it in over there. You know, there's definitely frequencies that just like any journey that we go on, when we're wanting to go somewhere, there's always going to be things that can attempt to slow it down, but that's perfectly never because we have patience. So you know, just we'll wait to hear from Sarnetta and bring the session back over there for sure, and get some dialogue started. So it's going to be a fun session, and I look forward to it myself, and just seeing what's going to happen.
Yeah, they love talking about Gab over there.
Yeah, so I was like, well, you know, let's talk about Gab for real, you know. So I mean, there's so much, as we know, you know, there's so much to teach when it comes to the Natiru. So there's so many different routes, and it was a powerful topic, you know, in the last session where you know, where they were asking about Gab, and so it's just a continuation of everything that we've been doing. just having to spread it out, you know. So yeah, I'm looking forward to going back this week whenever Sonetta gives the go, and I'll let everybody know for sure. So
if you would have told him what you was gonna do, we'll be on right now. Hey, if he knew what to expect, he don't even know what to expect. If he would have knew what to expect, yeah, we'll be on right now. Like, I'm telling you. See, Minty said, once you said what you was gonna put in the intro, I had a feeling it would get postponed. Shout out to you, man.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm not I'm not shying away from, you know, people like to talk around things and be real subliminal, and I'm not really that kind of person. So I just like to just say, you know, just let's just talk, you know. Let's eradicate the matrix titles and things that we put on everybody, and let's just talk as followers of MAAT. So yeah, I'm gonna play that video today so everyone can see it. It's a quick, like, 6-minute video, just to, because I mean, I just could not believe that that the same space that we were at 4 years ago is the same. You know, there hasn't been any growth from that initial conversation. So I just want to show that, you know, and sometimes you just have to put things, you know, real close together. Like, for example, when I was speaking to the good elder apostle, when he was attempting to do a I'm not saying it was conscious or anything, but there's a particular way in attempting to get someone to accept a reality that they never even put forward. And so so if you all noticed, what he was attempting to do was, by me teaching that the scribes taught that the Natiru were physical beings, that he somehow created a complex equivalent of, because I said that what they create in their mind of the discrepancy between Set and Heru, that all of that's just smashed together, right? So because I said the Natiru were physical beings, that his perception of what the story is about really happened, right? But people's understanding of the story is mixed up. Anyways, so he was trying to make those two equivalent and the same, and that happens a lot, especially when you're able to recognize, you know, the different type of speech patterns that people use to paint a perception in people's minds that are listening. So when it comes to that, and showing, you know, just what's there on the writings, and, you know, just slowly look at it, you know, we'll superimpose Ma'at over all of the Isfat, you know, slowly, piece by piece, right, brick by brick, because I recognize that there's a major standstill when it comes to the conscious community and the information that's being taught, right? Saba speaks about it all the time. The same teaching, he said, had me laughing when he said in the pod class yesterday, he's like, all right, we done spent 52,000 hours on teaching on one particular thing, and, you know, the Kemet is black, and right, we got 52,000 hours on the same 4 topics, you know, and just like anything else that's much deeper than when it comes to something that you're studying, you know, the complacency and the comfortability of those things create a stagnancy, and that's just something that I notice, because once we acknowledge and accept the reality and the fact that you know, the freedom, you know, metaphor and the joy, right? It's always the same metaphors too: freedom, joy. And once we understand that, we've already moved beyond that, right? We can understand that a physical being can have a symbolic imagery around them. And matter of fact, it's all symbolism, no matter if something is actually literal or not. There's always symbolism, always, consistently, all the time. So once we are able to move past that, you know, we can go deeper and further. So everything was deleted, and to the greater Tefrim MAAT for having a record of the debate. So Hinu to you, great brother. So we can put that back up there to get Sonetta to put that back up there, you know, so we can move past the set with the sun on her head. So I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that right now, just so we can look at it. Peace and love, everyone. Yeah, be sure to hit the like button as you all are coming in, and the support links are pinned to the top. Utilize those links to show your support. So you great brothers ready? You want to look at this this video?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Yeah, let's go. I think this is the one Saba was talking about last night. Before he ended, he was telling me something about that. I was trying to find it. I was looking today, but I couldn't. I don't know. I couldn't find it. It's just. But yeah, I'm looking for a player, brother.
Yeah, it's on the HOK Debate Coliseum channel, so it's not on his main channels.
Oh, okay. Okay, I ain't know. All right.
So yeah, this video is just over 6 minutes. So all right, here we go.
I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Aset has? Can you see that, Sonetta?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
As soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal.
So are you? Is it your position that Ankh Senamun actually had? Because I think this is a very simple thing for us to understand.
When you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tahuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tahuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
That's what Tahuti is saying.
And there are others. Now, I haven't heard him say it.
Physically,
you're talking about Tahuti,
the one that you had the conversation with. Yes.
Yes. Oh, I have heard him say that.
Okay. See.
And I think that is a misunderstanding. It's an unfortunate misunderstanding. I mean, there's so many different ways, just common sense ways that I think that we can say that is insane. I mean, one of them is, okay, so if you're arguing that these deities were literal entities, were physical beings, then why aren't they here now? Are you saying that the deities have left us? Are you saying what happened in the world?
And you know what else is crazy to think about?
By the way, As has the sun on her head.
Are you talking?
Ebru has a falcon head. Are you telling me that is what these entities were literally like? Why have we not found any burials of these hybrid beings? We have to stop rendering our tradition in the way that seems familiar based on the traditions that we were forced to practice by our enslavers.
Are you telling me that Asal got chopped up into 14 pieces
and came back to life?
That Ma'at sat on the bird and brought, like, what are you talking about?
Tell you this. When I said those things to him, he's a very calm brother. It's interesting. He would just look at me and then say something else. like I didn't even say anything to him. And that was funny, right? Because the reality is those answers those are questions that need to be answered.
Hotel. You know, I saw a video with him with that same outfit on, so because I was trying to find it today. I was trying to find something. Asaba was talking about it yesterday, so I was definitely trying to find it. Yeah, well, you know, the House of ATEN is here, so you know, the Natiru will rectify the situation.
Yeah, so yeah, when I heard that, I mean, my jaw dropped because we already passed that. You know, what type of matrix are we in? where it's just like it didn't happen. Like, this is very interesting. But it's not. We're not gonna allow that to happen.
And then he's like, what Tehuti? Which Tehuti? What? Come on now, don't stop playing. You already know.
Oh, it's on the Sodnetter Studios one here. I'm gonna put the link, and of course, the title is the Laws of MAAT. So, so I know that the good brother definitely has seen the sessions, because Sodnetter keeps calling Saba my name. He keeps calling him ATEN TEHUTI. He said Tehuti ATEN, and so Sodnetter keeps calling Saba my name, but yeah, he definitely knows, and you know, there's many of the people of the Shrine of Ma'at, the students of the Shrine of Ma'at, you know, frequent Sodnetter's channel. So of course, you know, when something is heard, it's passed around. So and you know, and the beautiful thing about coming forward pure and really just wanting to advance the conversation, there's no reason as to why conversations can't happen, right? Because we can't use the reason that there's disrespect, whatever reason that people create as to why they don't have discussions or debates, that doesn't exist here. So it's pure respect, and I just want to advance the dialogue, because I want people to have the tools to receive the benefit of knowing that the Natiru are physical beings. So it's without knowing that, there's always going to be something missing when it comes to imbuing it yourself, because there's that missing connection in knowing that you actually have the abilities to transform yourself into a netter. That's what they taught us. That was a lifelong walk for anyone who studied Ma'at. And you know, I want people to have the tools, and it has to start with knowing that you can do that, and that we do that. So it's going to be interesting, because there's a lot that that's going to take place, and I just look forward to it. And anyone who was in the pod class yesterday, last night, you know, yeah, there definitely has to be a conversation, and done so, you know, in a proper way. So so that way we can build some bridges to the people who really want to learn, who really want to advance and evolve. And there's just as a student, right? We're all students. We're coming to this as students. If I was to ask the great elder Jabari, you know, just to go further into, you know, just the teaching of understanding freedom is, you know, real, but it's not like a physical thing, and joy, you know, just to go further. So I look forward to the dialogue and to any debate that comes forward from that, you know, and any of his students. I know he has a lot of students out there. You know, let's just, you know, talk in Ma'at and advance, you know, see what the people want, and go from there. So yeah, Tu'a Hinu, everyone. And as you come in, continue to please hit the like button and be sure that you're subscribed and that the notification bell is set to all. The support links are pinned to the top of the chat, so please utilize those. So yes, today was supposed to be a Sonnetter session on Geb, but we're going to transition into new, which again, it's all ties together, you know. So this is going to be an extension from the Pekka Mku class, and it's also going to be a precursor to where the Geb class is going to lead to. So after the Geb class and what that's going to lead to is going to take what everyone is in here learning in this session. When I go to teach after the next Geb session, this is going to grow even more in that session. So it's very powerful, and many of you know that, you know, as I learn, I've always been very clear that that, you know, we're teaching as we're learning, and that's something that I've always done and I've always loved to do, right? Anything I learn, I want to teach it. So we have the tools, you know. So as I continue to grow through my process and learn things that help me on my journey, I'm going to bring it to you all in a special way. So that's what this is. Seshep session, Seshep, which is the MEDU word for light, to receive light or to give light. And so this is going to be a session that where I teach you all some of the methods that I've learned and that I've been able to synthesize through the MEDU, physical things that we can do to Pekka Mku, right? So to bring forward what the Pekka Mku is and how powerful it is and what it truly represents and means, and separating from the things that keep one heavy in whatever way that looks, whether it's something that we've done ourselves or something that was done unto us and our experience of these things that bring transgression, and learning how to remove that. And so, you know, so I've been on a journey to figure out and learn ways and be open to receiving practical, physical things that we can do to begin to actually remove a lot of those things from within us, and purify, right? So so that's what this session is going to be about. And before I get started, do you great brothers have any announcements that you want to bring forward before we start? Yeah, Hotep.
Yeah, I just want to say they ain't ready. They ain't gonna inspect it. They think they. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So, to the next step, brick by brick. You know, we're gonna keep on moving forward, and we're gonna rectify the situation. So I look forward to that. So here new to the Natiru, that was a phenomenal class Saba did yesterday, and giving Hindu and paying homage to the Natiru. So I just want to say that I just want to just acknowledge that again publicly, that class was was like no other. That class was fire, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to Saba. I'm grateful for you brothers. Grateful for the the House of ATEN, and shout out to you, great brother, Nook Poo. Yeah, so this is gonna be yeah, actually, exactly. So yeah, that's it. I just wanted to say that, brother, that they think they ready, but yeah, they not ready. So but it is a lot of people like you said that are just wanting to learn. Because I was one of them. I'm watching those channels and those brothers, and shout out to them. Shout out to all of them, because I think that I feel like that even the chaos has a position. Like it's necessary, right? Like um but for those of us that want to advance our consciousness and continue to evolve and Kepara, I think that is a beautiful thing. These things, like you said, are very and necessary for us to and learn, through this process. So, Hinu to you, great brother, as well, for spearheading this, you and Saba. So, let's do it.
I don't get the fact that you got the Akus there. Still can't explain how they've been built with such precision. I don't know how, they don't understand that if it was written about, and we know that they're real beings because it comes from their own writings. They're speaking in first person, and you got even those who came after following after them. I don't know why that's so hard to believe. And yet like I said, the Akus are there, and that still can't be explained. So to me, I don't see how that can be written off as, oh, just because I don't see it today, the consciousness that was back then, nah, they gotta be principles. They gotta be fake. And to me, that's weird, because you can put something in front of someone's eyes like the Aku, and people still have their doubts. And that to me right there is why sell yourself short? What's wrong with supporting and proclaiming something that people say they follow but don't really believe their whole story? And to me, that's weird. So like I said, I look at the Akus and I'm looking at that like, hey, I can't explain that. I can't explain how things was lined up perfectly, how you get all that stuff down there, how it was built. You got these little holes that you can barely fit a size of a baby in there. and then turn around, look at some of the stories and be like, well, yeah, that's not, that can't be, that's not true. Or it's weird to me, man. It's weird to me. And none of these are verbal passed down. This ain't oral traditions that's being passed down. You actually see it written. It's right there in front of you. And yet it's still treated as if as if it's just fairy tale. So to me, that's wild to me. But yeah, I'm good, Patah. It's on you, great brother. I'm definitely excited for this presentation.
Hotep. And then, right, this is the thing. He's sitting there with the kepara on his neck, right, holding the ankh. And it's like, what are you, like, what? So what part of that I haven't read it yet. And I read all of, that's what I'm doing. I'm going through the papyruses, and I haven't saw not one time where they said they was black. I haven't found that yet, right? So what are you celebrating, or what are you living? So that's it. We got the ankh and the symbolisms and the all of that, and we black, and we live it now, and now we think we black. Now we think we whatever it is that whatever the colonizer told us, and we call ourselves. We think that's what it is now, but I haven't saw any of that ever in none of the papyruses that I'm reading. And I'm going through every story. I started at the beginning of some of the books of the William, the William Kelly Simpson book, and I'm actually gathering the papyruses as I'm going through the stories in the book, right? The modern book. In researching that, I'm discovering the papyruses and the artifacts, and so what are you living? What culture are you living? Like, I don't understand that. Like, what's the purpose of it? Just to say, that they was from the Nile Valley, right? They use these matrixy terms like Africa. Man, I encourage everybody to go look up the term Africa. Go look it up, and then go look up Cornelius Publius Africanus. And then come back and tell me you black. Then come back and tell me you are African. It don't make no sense, man. I don't get it. But again, like I said, I think that even that's necessary because it's gonna be rectified, and this time it ain't gonna be a knockout. It's gonna be a TKO. It's gonna be a for real. It's coming, man. So let them keep talking and playing around, and because the Natiru exists, we are here. We are here. The Natiru exists. We are here. So this is gonna be real interesting. It's gonna be really, really, really fun to be a part of, right? Because now I'm like a part of it now. Before I was just a spectator, watching the debates, and these even though I'm not actually in the debate, but I'm a part of the PUR now. So yeah, this is gonna be it's gonna be fun, man. I look forward to it too, because it's definitely practice for me and practice for us and all of you that's in the chat that are here consistently to learn, because the reason why y'all here, right? Same reason why I'm here. I just want to learn, and I want to grow and evolve my consciousness, and we can't still be hustling backwards, man. We can't still be on that. And then the thing is, if it's okay, so if that's not the case, then who are you? Where do you come from? How do you live? How do you live your life? So, because you don't represent the culture for real. If you don't acknowledge, that's the basics. The basics. That's the basics, is who the Natiru are. That's basic. So, I don't know. Like he said, like Saba said, they still have these matrixy term names, and they still live that culture. They have no desire to undo what colonization has done. They have no desire to change that. They have no desire to grow past the transatlantic slave trade and colonization and being kidnapped and forced to someone else's culture and live in someone else's. Man, listen, I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to these interactions and going on there, and and advancing people's consciousness, advancing my own consciousness. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. They forget that we the real champions around here. Where's where my somebody at? hey, listen, man. You know what? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, okay, so let's say they, all right, so they not, the Natiru are not, whatever, not literal, they not real people, according to what they said. Okay, so then what are they? You know what I mean? And then forget that. Don't even answer that question. Who are you? What culture do you live? What do you adhere to? Right? I don't forget how you look. Forget, you know, that you look the part. Right? How you live? How do you live your life? You know what I mean? You might as well go to church. You might as well go to church, and you know what I mean? Like, it just don't make no sense, man. They have no desire to break that matrix. They have no desire to break the matrix, bro, to undo what colonization has done to us. They have no desire. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm playing this game, and I know it's old, and I keep talking about it, right? Because I'm playing the game, and it's called Assassin's Creed Origin, and it's as if you're living in that time, right? So I get to see the people, bro. It is monuments and statues and altars and all over. And when you pass one, you see the people. It's a depiction of how the people lived back then. Oh, it's never. It is never. And then at the same time, part of the storyline is you get to see how the Ptolemies are erasing or trying to erase the Natiru. Like I'm up to that part where I came to a temple, and I missed it at first when I ran in the temple. I didn't see the Natiru statues on the side. I only saw the big Serapis Ptolemy statue in front, and it had been defaced. And it had been. You remember when they had the Unki and Ma'at graffiti in green? So it's a statue, and it's been defaced, right, of Ptolemy, and you got to find out what happened or whatever. And it's a disrespect to Uwajid, is what they say, and this is why they painted it green and covered it up. As I turned to walk out the temple, I saw that they had got rid of our monuments and started erecting their own, and that's part of the story. Is where he was saying, one of the Ptolemies was saying, he said something negative about the Egyptians, right? Of course, he was using the word Egyptian, and then the guy who helped him said, "Well, I'm Egyptian. Like, you know, you're talking about me. Like, I just helped you. I just solved your crime and helped you. So, you know." But it's funny, man, because I'm playing the game, and I'm seeing, and I'm taking plenty of pictures. Y'all gonna start seeing the pictures inside my presentations, because I'm taking the pictures of the monuments. It's beautiful. Oh my God, it's beautiful. And it's as if I'm there. So yeah, it's time that we get back to the way we're supposed to live, and, you know, take the culture back, man. You know, it's wonderful, man. You back, great brother?
Yes, Hotep. All right. Yes, to our great brothers.
You said tones, right? That's what you said. You said you went back to go find the tone. Okay. Got you.
Yes.
I thought I heard that too. That's why I stopped talking.
What's the day?
He got his Usher mic in his ear. That's what first person going in the ear. I saw Usher. I was like, what is he putting in his ear? What is he? Why he keep doing this? I'm like, what are he doing? Yeah, I see the mic, brother.
Yes. So yeah, the tones are definitely in effect. So yeah, to our great the Jed for that. And yeah, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I know we got a little bit of a late start, but it's gonna be a different session, and we'll just see how it goes. We'll see where it goes from here. There's gonna be some parts where you know, where there'll be some interaction, and I'll post a link if anyone wants to come up and do do some of what I'm gonna show with me. We can do it together. So yes, and I'm also working with a new software to put together my sessions. So this is gonna be my first time using it. So we'll see how it works as well. So let me share the screen and see if you all can see this. All right. So, okay, I think you all can see. All right, Hotep Hinu. And before we get started, the support links, again, are pinned to the top of the chat, and they're in the bio. So if you learn or appreciate anything from this session, please support the House of ATEN by showing your reciprocity so that you can receive the greatest benefit for it. And here is the PayPal. So Cash App, PayPal, and Super Chat for those who utilize the Super Chat function. houseofaten.org. Everyone go get your tickets for the Pathways to Awakening. And yeah, everyone go get your tickets for the Pathways to Awakening. They're live on the website, houseofaten.org. And right now there's the early bird special for those who get the tickets early. Get the benefit of a great discount. So go get them early. All right, let us begin. Okay, so here we are. Seshep session number 1, pouring down Nu. PTAH ATEN TEHUTI Peka Mku. So, as you all know, I went and taught from what's known as the 42 Laws of MAAT on the Sanetter session, and showing multiple sources of Pur-et-Im-Haruz that people recognize today as the Book of the Dead, showing the source for the Peka Mku. And how it is definitely distinctually different from what we know as the laws of Ma'at, or that which exists in the Seba'it literature, the instruction literature. That which exists in the Pur-im-Haru is a little different. And I'm going to go through some of what I've been able to learn and attain by allowing myself to be open to receive the guidance that the great MEDU provides, and by taking all of the time and energy and attention that I've put into the MEDU the past 3 to 4 years, now has provided me a way to synthesize the MEDU in many of the things that I'm learning and applying. So with what I'm bringing forward to you all is just a small portion of some of the exercises that I've been doing to enact the Peka Mku, and provide the tools necessary to do so, right? Because as we learn about it, and which is a lifetime continuous process. That's the thing about the MEDU. It's ever evolving, ever growing. And as we continue to grow and expand and become more aware and open our perception to deeper and greater heights than where we're currently at, because there's always a next level. There's always another layer, right? It's just like the tones. There's always another layer, and whichever level that is where our perception opens, we're able to relook at everything and grant ourselves a greater perspective from previous situations, right? And that's part of the walk. And anyone who does the work to continuously grow and evolve in Kepara learns and recognizes fairly quick that there's always another level, there's always another layer. Wherever that we feel that we are is just how we perceive ourselves, and there's going to be a continuous growth always, right? And that's what Ptah taught. There is no pinnacle to the Himu, to the creations, and because of that, I allow myself to remain open to bring forward what's next, and to be able to actually bring forward practices to begin to enact the Pekah right? Because looking at it and reading it is one thing, right? To be able to pull up, the Perm Haru, and and we begin to read it, and wherever our perceptual filters are is what we will receive from what we're reading, but now to take that and bring it into the real world, right? To where we can begin to take what our great ancestors did and was teaching and was telling us, and reapply it. So here we are, Seshep Session 1, pouring down Nu, Pekah Mku. And great brothers, if you notice that my screen goes out, just let me know, because I think it's trying to do something. So Tua. All right, so we're going to start here, chapter 147 of the Prat Imheru, which is also known as the Sinuet Ariet, which is the second approach, or the second door, or the second gate. All right. Hold on, let me try one more thing. Again, everyone, be sure to hit the like button as you come in and utilize those support links. Okay, there we go. All right, here we are. So the Ariete Sinuet, second approach. In chapter 147, is the Per Imharu. The name of its doorkeeper is Open 4. And again, I'm starting here because just going directly back into the Pekka Mku with the 42, there are 42 Natiru, right? Because the whole purpose of the Pekka Mku is to see the face of the Natiru, right? And that directly ties into us being able to cleanse ourselves to become purified enough to withstand a frequency that is pure, right? So part of that process, if our goal is to reach a space known as a seket, or a field of Aru or Hotep, field of reeds, a field of peace, there's a lot of doorways that one has to get through to attain that type of peace. And we have to know, and the intention that we put into wanting to learn these tones, it's not about memorizing it word for word and knowing memorizing it all. It's about the intention of wanting to etch it into your Ib, and that's where memory exists beyond the physical body, right? It's in the conscious light that we are opening ourselves up to and sejim and receiving. So this is not about literally physically remembering every chapter of the Per Imharu, but depending on the level of intention that you place on learning it, the more of the energy and the feeling of the memory is etched into your ka, right? So here's the second approach. The name of its doorkeeper is Hat, opener of the forefront, or the front of the heart, or that which is on the front side. The name of its guardian, because every door has a guardian here. Every door has a guardian, right? Is Ked Hor, or angled face. The name of its reporter in it is Slicer. So we have the doorkeeper, we have the guardian of the door, and then we have the reporter of the door. So 3 conscious frequencies and tones that are at the Saba itself, or the Sebek, the door itself. So words spoken by Annie at this approach. He squats at the eye before the 3, judging as second of Tehuti, the protection of Tehuti. Do not slump, Natiru of what is right, the Ma'atiyu. So the Netir of Ma'at, our title, one of those titles are the Ma'atiyu, right? Where the Pekka Mku exist are in the double hall of the Ma'ati. So the followers of Ma'at who are transforming themselves into Natiru one of those tones are Ma'atiyu. So do not slump. Ma'atiyu, secret ones who live on Ma'at Renpet in their years. So the secret ones, the Shatiyu, Ankuyu. So another word for the people is Ank'iyu. So the ones who live, or the living ones, on Ma'at in their years. Inuk Tut, I am the image of greenstone. Awachit Adu, of the raging. I'm the image of the greenstone of the raging, the one who makes his way, the treader. Make a way for me, let me pass. To save he, one whom Ra sees, amid the makers of offerings. So being the image of Wachit, of the green stone, or that which is complete or whole or healthy, right? Being able to transmute rage and anger into a frequency that's beneficial, right? By being the Wachit. Chapter 15 of Amenemope. Do well and you will attain influence. Do not dip your reed pen against a transgressor. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. Take care not to disturb it. Tehuti dwells in the temple of Kamun, while his eye travels around the two lands. If he sees one who cheats with his finger, he takes away his provisions by the flood. As for a scribe who cheats with his finger, their son shall not be enrolled. If you spend your life with these words in your heart, your children shall observe them. All right, so the great Amenemope, and understanding the importance of what it means to attain influence and what to do with it, right? And to be as accurate within the dipping of the pen, which goes directly into the teaching, right? And the utilization of the finger, which is recognized as the beak, right? The beak of the ibis, that which digs, which then allows you to attain different levels of heights, right? And I'm gonna go deep into that in the Geb session, right? How all of our words that represent light and spirit are symbols of things that to use to dig into the ground, right? So here is from the Papyrus of Ani, British Museum number EA 10470. And this is one of my favorite chapters. And from the beginning, right? Because depending on which chapter I'm diving into for a particular purpose, they're all my favorite, like Atef says. But this one was one of the early favorites when I started to read through. And this is one that absolutely I gravitated to. So this has been one from the very beginning when I started to tap into the Purat Imheru that I've been imbuing and embodying and being open to understanding more than what I know of this, and for that to continue and to bring forth ways for me to not only understand greater, but to also be able to teach it as my awareness, as my understanding expands as well. So this is chapter 80 of the Purat Imheru. And here is Arit Keperu. So making transformations. So the transformation, the keperu, isn't done without you doing something. So the first word that starts off the chapter is do something to transform yourself into nature. And here is Ra, and then A, and then Ta, and then here's Seshep, Seshepu, Keku. All right, transform yourself into a netter of light to bring light into darkness, to bring light to darkness, all right, as a netter. But before we begin, there's a glyph of an eye and a beetle. So this eye glyph, meaning to create, to do, to make. Why did the scribes of Ma'at utilize an eye to represent something that you do, right? Something that you use to create and something that you use to make with. And it's very deep because our teachings are, the eye is a extremely deep and powerful symbol that we use throughout the MEDU, and is another teaching that is an eternal walk to gain greater understanding of. You know, our ancestors were so far advanced. Where we're at today is very far. So as we take step by step and brick by brick to safely open our awareness to become greater observers of the reality around us, right? The reality within us, which directly affects the reality around us. The walk of Peka Mku, of purifying the Ka, purifying the Kat, is one that's always in Kepara. So if there's ever a space in the mind where we think that whatever level we're at, or that we see it all, or that we're able to understand all of what's being said and all of what's being put out there and taught, and what we're reading, we get it all. And that's a way to stay stuck, you know, for sure. Because anyone who actually advances understands that wherever state that we was at prior, where we thought we knew something, when you advance past that, you realize that you really didn't know anything. And that's a continuous process. And I mean, it has been for me. It's like literally starting over with baby eyes every time the awareness advances. So before we even start, we have to understand the depth of this word. Arit, meaning to make or to create, which is an eye, which directly goes into what you observe, where you're placing your focus, right? And we have taught on that with the science known as biocentrism, really focused in by Dr. Robert Lanza, who has shown that what we put our awareness and attention on grows. Anything outside of your awareness technically doesn't exist to you, while simultaneously for the person, or for the awareness pattern, consciousness that does exist outside of you, in their reality, everyone's tends to just focus together, right? And with that, means that we can be affected by someone else's experience of their reality. So there's a balance in between the two, that anything outside of your awareness doesn't exist, yet simultaneously for the consciousness that does exist outside of you, affects you, and that which you're unaware of, you're unable to change. So until something becomes within your awareness, it has power and control over you. And then that just goes back directly into the sight, right? And being able to become more aware of the consciousness around us that is affecting our walk, affecting our lives, and what can we do about it to change it, to create the outcomes that we want to have, right? And not be succumb to the matrix and the reality that it illusionarily paints the picture that we have to live and exist within, right? So it's a process of reprogramming the subconscious mind that gives us the necessary tool set and ability to peka imku, to replace the things that keep us from doing the things that we truly want to do, right? So Ari Keperu, doing the work to transform into a nature. Here. So I have the Per Imheru of Ani here, chapter 80. And then I have one of the great ancestors, an elder, Yuya, right here, wearing this Nefer emblem of the Ebe, right here. So let's read. Chapter of making, of creating, of doing, the transformation, the Keperu, into the Neter, who give light in darkness. Saith Asar, the scribe Ani, Ma'a Kuru, I am the girdle of the garment of Nu. So symbolism, right? As we dive into the Per Imheru, you're going to be diving into a land of infinite symbolism, right? Because each word, each glyph has its own symbolism, multiple. And so when you take one and then you put another one together, it just doubles and compounds. And then you take another, it just triple and compounds, right? So one word creates an entire story of symbolism. But that's far too much for us to dive into, right? Because that's not how today is lived, right? Everything is broad stroked and placed into large groups instead of looking at each individual person or situation individually, right? And judging it from that perspective. So to even begin, I am, so Nook, I'm a girdle, or Arek, right? And you see the cloth here, and you see the Ka of the ascension triangle here, of the Sat, the same word that creates protector, right? Sa. So I am a girdle of Nu, shining, Hechet, Seshep, shedding light, the guardian of his four parts, of his Hati, that which is in front of him. So, so what does that mean, right? Being a garment, right? A piece of a garment of a nature, right? Shows the sameness, yet the separation, right? So this is one of the things I always understood and was kind of uncomfortable to me, and how so many people were taking on certain names and calling themselves certain things just because we can do that, right? It's easy to say, I am this, or I do this. It takes no effort, no conscious, nothing to say, I am blank. It takes nothing. Anybody that can speak can say those words. But to speak that as ma'akaru, right? As one who has a voice of truth, it's a different thing. So as we learn to embody as a netter nu and nut, we also have to understand that as we are becoming one with the netter, there's an infinite expression of uniqueness outside of that as well. So the more that we're able to compartmentalize piece by piece, the more that we can actually integrate as the whole. And that's how we have to do. We have to do step by step, right? To get to a point of great embodiment of the frequencies of the netter, we have to start very, very small, and just slowly begin to unlock different levels of awareness. So I am the girdle of the garment of Nu, shining, shedding light, the guardian of his forefront, of his Hati, casting light, Seshep, into Kekui, darkness, Smat, uniting the two fighters, Raheti, the two ladies, all right? Because you see the goddess, the Neteret symbol here, all right? So there's two fighters that are being united, who live in me, who is within my body, with Heka Or, with great Heka, mighty of my utterance. So as we continue to read this chapter, right, as embodying the Arek Sa'at of Nu, shining and shedding light, guardian, the forefront of the heart, casting light into darkness, uniting the two fighters who live in my body, right? This isn't for anyone else other than the person who is reading it, right? And this always goes back to self. When we place the attention and focus on self, it will affect the things outside of us. By default, that's how it works. Everything that we experience outside of our perception, outside of our waking awareness, is solely reflective of what's happening internally. It's a super phenomenon. And the more we become aware of that, you start to see even clearer the reflections of the people around us speaking to us, and how we speak to each other is a reflection of that which exists within us, right? And these teachings, these principles known as the law of correspondence, that which is above is below, that which is within is without, is a super simple way to say that, but the walk of understanding that and learning that and how deep that goes is forever, right? So continue to be open to learning more of that foundational teaching, as above so below, because it continues continuously forever. So there's two ladies within my body with great Heka that we are to unite, that are fighting, right? the same as Heru and Set, right? There's a battle that's taking place inside the body. And so we're able to also show the reflection outside of us, you know, through the powerful way that we're able to take the lives of the Natiru and create a story that simultaneously teaches you how to Peka Mku and how to evolve your consciousness by taking the things that are within us, either through natural biological imperative of being in a biological body, right, that goes back millions of years to primal instincts, and learning how to advance the consciousness, right, and learning how to combat the battle that's always taking place within, right? And here we're recognizing it as the two fighters or the two ladies with great Heka, raising Thes, him that hath fallen. Hath fallen he who was with him in the valley of Aptu. Hetepni, I rest. I have remembered him. I have carried away the god who from my town. I found him in it. I have led away the darkness by my might, by my Usuru, right? I have led away Kekui by my Usuru. And I have Seshet, I have bound up Ma'at in its felling, the eye in its felling, at the coming of the 15th day of the festival. I have weighed Ucha, Set, in the houses upper, right? Here's another word for the skies, Heru, the upper parts of the skies, because there's uppers and then there's lowers, because there's layers and levels. Kor, by the A'u, the aged one, with him. I have provided Tehuti in the house of Yah, right? Which this goes directly into the house of Yahu, which many of the ancient, the actual Hebrews that have writings, and in their writings, and I've showed that in my music matrix magic class in the Het Yah, in the house of Yah, and I showed the original source of that and the actual owner of the Karast, or the sarcophagus or coffin where that exists, right? The Het Yah, right? The house of Yahu. At the coming of the 15th day at the festival, I have carried off the crown, the Oreret. Au Ma'at Mkat-A. Ma'at, right in truth, is in my body, and the Mefeket and the crystals and the Chehenet of her months. Is my estate there among the lapis lazuli in its furrows. Nukim, I am the woman who lighteth the darkness. I have come to lighten the darkness. It is lightened doubly. I have lightened the darkness. I have overthrown the destroyers. Right? Seker. I have adored those who are in the darkness. Tua. I have made to stand. Sa'aha. Who is she making to stand those who weep. Iyak kebi. And you see the word here, right? And you see the stream of water coming from the eyes, right? So making to stand those who weep. Who hid their faces. Who amenu hor sin. Right? As you see, there's also the hair glyph, right? Of covering the face. Those who weep, who hid their faces, who had sunk down. Bakai sin. Right? To sink down, which today would be called depressed, pressed down. Right? So I have adored those who are in the darkness, making to stand those who weep, who hid their faces, who had sunk down. They looked upon me. So Ma'at, going back directly to the Peka Imku. What's the purpose of the Peka Imku? To see the faces of the Natiru. So unless there is a purification process taking place within your body, being granted the sight to see the unseen, that which is in darkness or that which is hidden, has nothing to do with physical sight per se. You see more of the physical reality, right? Like as you begin to pull out certain emotions that have power over you. For example, and I spoke about this on Sonnetter, anger, right? If you find yourself getting angry at any particular situation, what caused it, right? The trigger that caused that shows me that there's something within me that is reflecting that. And with that process, we're able to regress to cause of where that first happened, what first created the disharmony of a particular thing, right? So when I notice that trigger in myself, I search for when was the first time that I felt this way. And eventually, you know, with certain guidance, you're able to get to a space where you may be 8 years old, right? And someone did a particular thing and that carried throughout your life. So now you find yourself getting triggered by a particular type of person or frequency, and it has a particular strength and power over you, right? So when you're able to catch it, become aware of that, like what is that? When's the first time and place that I felt this? Get your conscious mind out the way, because we always think we know why we're doing something, or the rational mind, or what people know as the monkey mind, is a great liar for sure. And learning how to let go of the conscious mind and tap into the subconscious parts of self, where Ma'at is able to fully come through, right? Because we don't prevent ourselves from certain things we put in place to protect ourselves, right? That's why a lot of memories we may forget, like if you know, certain parts of your childhood you may forget and not remember, either through different events that we block out, right? And that's a subconscious mechanism that our bodies use to keep us safe and protected. But with that, creates an open loop inside of our own consciousness that is always playing nonstop in the background. And that's why those things trigger us, because that frequency still exists deep within that we've buried, causing it to allow us to get out of our own space of where we want to be, right? And that's what the great Ptah was teaching, is state control, right? To not swallow the ebe, right? To know how to be calm and collected in any situation, whether you're talking to this person, that person, that person. And the only way to do that is to remove it, right? And once you go inside and you're like, oh, okay, that's where that anger roots from. Oh, okay, I see. And later on in the session, you know, I'll give one of the many exercises that that I use to begin to open up the reality to even be able to find those type of answers. We have to start very slow and very simple to really begin to cleanse and allow those type of answers to come to us, right? So when you remove it outside of yourself and you cleanse it and you transmute it and you reframe it, then you're able to see it outside of you like it never existed before. All right. It's like when you go to purchase a vehicle, and as soon as you get the vehicle, that's the first time you've seen it. And then when you start driving it, you see that vehicle everywhere. It's a perceptual filter that takes place, right? And this is a very real thing, right? Anybody been looking for something and it's been right there in front of your face, right? We block out certain things. The eyes are directly connected to the brain. So the eyes are the brain. And our subconscious mind is able to filter what we experience, what we see. It's a very powerful phenomenon. So there's something magical that happens when you go within your own personal life and you look at things that bring discomfort to the ebe, to the body, whatever emotion that provides, and you heal from it, and you put yourself in a position to where you're going into a dark space, right? And you have the great support of what you're looking at, and you have this in your subconscious, right? You're reading this is there, even if you're not fully remembering these sections in the Purim Haru. By just placing your attention there and wanting to learn and receive it, that intention is received, because the Natiru exist, our ancestors exist, and they wrote these high-level spiritual writings about being conscious after death, right? So if what they wrote, they lived, and there's truth behind it, in which there is, then there's a consciousness that's hidden that you can't lie to, right? Because they've done the work to Pekka Mku. And when you do that, again, you are able to see those things outside of you. It's that goes directly back to the eye, right? And being able to see. So it's a dualistic thing. It's a dynamic thing where you're washing internally a memory, which isn't necessarily what happened, right? It's our experience of a situation that took place from our perspective. And every time we think about a memory, it's recreated into a different, it's different, right? It's not like a computer system where you pull up a file and everything's there the exact same way every single time. Our memory don't work like that. So things can be taken away, and things are taken away, and things are added, right? Depending on many things. But a memory is always reconstructed differently every single time. So as you Pekka Mku, and remove and transmute a lot of these frequencies and tones, then you're able to see it in others outside of you, right? And it goes directly to the Ma'at, right? Digging inside of you to bring a different type of sight, a more washed sight that you can see in the physical reality, but it's also a hidden sight. It's a very powerful thing. So for the ones who have been made to stand up, those who weep, those who go into the darkness, right? They looked upon me, Nook him. And then you see the new bowls right here with the him, right? Not have I caused that ye should hear concerning her. So by looking upon the great lady who makes one to stand, and who has not caused that you should hear her, right? So it's again, there's locks to every door, and there's guardians by the 3 to every door as well. So it's a very deep thing. So as the woman making you not cause to hear her, right, is a different type of frequency that you have to go into through this purging process, because where you seemingly may feel alone, right, we know that that there's a lot of powerful conscious energies that walk with us, that guide us, that are there to lift us up, for the ones who are courageous enough to go into those dark spaces that may have you on the ground, that may have you sunk down, right, hiding your face. But there's great reward and great risk, and the great ancestors reward that. Okay, so this is chapter 80 of the Per Im Haru, chapter of making transformation into the Neter who gives light in the darkness. So this was from my session of 42 Laws of Ma'at Corrected. Why do they keep saying 42 Laws of Ma'at? They don't read the papyri, right? The double Ma'ati, 2 Ma'at. Right? Watch it, Useret, where the Natiru taught as real beings over on Sa Neter. And I have Pekemku, right? Words spoken upon reaching the Usaket of the Ma'ati, separating Pekka, Nesut, Mku. Arit F Ma'a, to see the faces of the Natiru. So to truly be in the presence of a Neter and see it, then this has to take place, right? This has to take place. Lighten the dark spaces that are deep within the subconscious parts of ourselves that are preventing us from choosing to live the way that we want to. All right. And so here in the Pekka Mku, in the 42, as I was teaching on, where people just put the first half, you know, I have not done this and that and this and that, right? And there's a whole nother section that's important to the Pekka Mku, and that's the name of the Natiru that are in charge of the 42 doorways that you have to go through to get to the next place, right? And so one of those 42 is E Fenech D, or the Feneti, or is the beak bear. O beak bear, who comes from Kimenu, right? As we read in Amen Mope. Nu, right? Kim and Nu. I was not greedy. Un Ib. And it always will go back to the Ib, right? Cleansing of the Ib, purification of the Hati, right? So the beak bear, who is the beak bear? The one with the beak, right? So Tehuti, the one with the beak who digs. E Fenechi Puri M Kimenu U Un Ib E. So this is one of the Natiru of the 42. I was not greedy. So as we continue to go down, here's the teachings of Ka Gim Ni, right? The digger of the Ka. And so what does Ka Gim Ni teach? He teaches gluttony is a fault. We point the finger at it. Gluttony is a fault. We point the finger at it. So I was not greedy. Here's a word Un Ib for greedy. And then here's a word for gluttony or greed, which is what? What they translate that from? Ku. Ku. So here in the context in which Kagemi was writing, which is a super metaphorical papyri, he teaches it in a literal sense, comparing it to food, but it's multi-layered for sure. And ku is a fault. We point the finger at it. We point the finger at the ku. So no, not the thing outside of you, you know, pointing the finger outside. The ku that exists within you, we point the finger at, right? Which is very powerful, for sure. So the great Kagimni teaching about the ku and pointing the finger at it, right? Pointing it out. The one who digs into the ka, which is what we're doing, right? Ku, baseness, wrongdoing, impure, impurity. So again, it's not fully about I have not done this, I have not done that, right? That's where the 42 laws of Ma'at miss a very powerful healing mechanism, is because the ku doesn't necessarily just apply to something that you have acted out, right? The ku that exists within you could have been superimposed and placed there upon you, right? So once we become aware of that, then it becomes just as responsible for us to remove, regardless if we put it there or if something outside of us put it there, right? It's causing impurity, it's causing transgressions, it's causing heaviness. It's something that we have to separate ourselves from to become shu, to become cleansed, clear, and light, so that we can traverse to the higher planes and realms that the Natiru write about, right? Being shu. So beginning to point the finger at those things and placing an awareness on it, and given the right tools on how to take it out and wash it, will generate transformation for sure. And as we begin to do some of the practice, by simply doing it with the intention of cleansing, things will come up. Okay. I want to be very clear about that. Once the true intention is to peka ku, and you start to apply some of the things that I'm going to teach you, things will come up, right? Because that's what we're doing it for, is for those hidden parts those hidden parts of us, within us, that are creating blocks, whether we placed them there or whether they were placed there, especially from, you know, the ages where you have no control over your reality, right? That from 1, 0, firstborn on up, 13, 14, 15, but especially between that 3 and 13 area, you know, there's a lot that takes place. So and a lot of it we forget, right? But as you begin to utilize a lot of the practices, memories will come back, and these things will come up, because that's what we want. We want these things that are deep within us to come to the forefront, so we can look at them and begin to cleanse them and purge them, and replace it with a frequency that provides healing and power, that then breaks down the blocks that prevent us from doing the things that we want to do, right? So as we place the intention on cleansing the Pekka Mku, or of the Ku to Pekka, things will come up, right? And that's why this is so important, because one of the most powerful ways to heal is to reveal it, right? And there's something that I say, you know, once you feel it, you reveal it. Once you reveal it, you heal it. And that has helped me to walk through different parts of myself that are difficult to look at, right? And difficult to feel. But as you feel it, you reveal it. As you reveal it, you heal it, right? Removing that Ku from inside of you, to wash the eyes to see the faces of the Natiru. All right, so here's the Per Imheru of Yuya, and right here we have Iu Abu Mku, which means I am purified of Ku, of baseness, of wrongdoing, impurity. This is at the conclusion of the Pekka Mku, right? So once going through it, you can go through a process to where now you can say, I am Abu. I am purified of the Ku. All right. Which again is not a one and done process. So here we are. And I'm going to share this with you all. And this is something that I've been doing. One of the many, many, many things that I've been doing. And because the MEDU is my foundation, because it's my foundation, anything that I begin to learn or implement automatically and intuitively starts to connect itself to the Per Imheru, to the MEDU, from all the things that I've been studying and taking in and applying. I'm directly brought to the MEDU section of it. So this is continuing. This is still chapter 125, right, of the Pekka Mku. So what does this say? The great Netter, I am pure of mouth, pure of hands, is said to him, come twice by those who see him. Right? So before you can see him, pure of mouth, pure of hands. Ab. Because I have heard speech that's spoken by without covering upon their faces, because I have done Ma'at. There's the I have done. Your I, right, is an action I have done Ma'at. Neb Ma'at. I am pure. Kua. Mahati. My breast or my forefront, my front side is washed. My pehi, that which is behind me, are cleansed. Are Torah, right? And you see the glyph here for the spine. My interior, hor ib, that which is within me, hath been in the seshet, the pool of Ma'at, without a member in me lacking. Shu. I have been purified in the pool, southern, I have rested in. Okay, so now, what is a way that we can take this and actually use it, right? So I'm going to share with y'all, and I was going to post the link, but I'm gonna just go through and demonstrate one thing that I do. So let me get this right for everybody. And let me switch this here. And let me change. Okay. So I'm going to stand and set my camera up so y'all can see me. Let's see. All right. All right, so first we're going to start with this here. So this is a I didn't start this with just my own, just doing something, right? So the original source that I started to utilize is a Qigong exercise, right? And by doing it, the synthesis of it came into action. So we're going to start here, right? So if anyone wants to stand up with me as I demonstrate and teach y'all a method which just only exists in, again, just what's known in the regular Qigong world, but they don't have the MEDU, right? And this is, the MEDU is the secret to unlimited profound power, for sure. And again, Ma'at, is about the I, right? Arit, meaning to do. So it is our I that we use to create, right? So our imaginary I that we know as the tepiyet that I showed in what's known as the writings of the hidden realm, right? The front eye, the primary eye that we brought to the world, right? To watch it, as most of us should know, that is representative of all your senses coming together into one full, complete, embodied eye that you can use to see through, right? So seeing with your sight, your eyes, seeing with your scent, your smell, your olfactory, right? Your taste, being able to see with sound, right? All these different ways that we can utilize our senses to begin to open different sights. So I'm going to ask anybody who wants to stand up and do this with me. And we start by understanding that our visualization is where the superpower exists, right? Our imagination, our ability to be able to close our eyes and begin to imbue ourselves into a process and just live through the process, right? Return back to those times when we were young children and playing, real playful, right? And when you're real playful and you just watch children, they're in their own world, right? They're there in their own world as whatever we're doing, right? Which directly goes back into the great teachings of Ma'at and the Natiru that we recognize as a child, right? What's the childlike netter? Heka, right? So magic is very much intertwined with being childlike, right? Having fun, being open, right? And allowing yourself the ability to receive great benefit of using our first eye, our imagination, and placing our attention on a specific thing. So this is what we're going to do, right? So we start with this, right? So Abu, right? This is a tone that we're going to use, right? So there's multiple layers and things that we stack, right? But we start with very simple and one step at a time, right? And then as you continue to practice and you get better, you can start to stack these things. So Abu, which is the glyph Nu, right? It is a Nu bowl pouring out water, right? And so what are we doing? We're purifying ourselves with water, with Nu, the forefront, and Abu, which is the horn, which also directly ties into your thought or your eyebrow, right? So what you do is you take this glyph right here, right? Because this is you're the body and the foot, and the Nu or the Abu is being poured over you. So you take this powerful MEDU nature right here, and you imagine that it is above your head, right? And so what we do is, before I begin, I close my eyes, and I breathe, right? And so just as we see the glyph of the pot and we see the water being poured out, what we do is we use our bodies to enact the change, right? It's a very powerful thing. We can sit in meditation and you can think and you can bring things forward. It's very powerful. But once you start to get the body moving and you start to do things with your physical body, very powerful things happen. So what you do is you get in a stance, shoulder width apart, right? Comfortable. Make sure your knees are bent, you know, so you're not locking your knees. Allow yourself to be able to bend, right? So just as we see these new bowls here that you see the great Tehuti most holding in his hands, right? I too hold one in my hand, right? And it's up above my head. So what I do is we're going to do a washing, right, of the ka, right, of the energetic double that forms the physical, right? And so by doing that, you place your intention into that space, into that field, and begin to create it, right? So we start with the forefront. So you reach up and you grab that new bowl, right? And you pour it down and you allow it to wash over your hati, the front parts of you, right? And there's a lot that we can do. So as I turn that new bowl and that water is washing over my ka, right? Right? I can take it. And this is amazing to do in the shower. When you're in the shower and you do this, it's very powerful, right? But anytime you come in from work outside of the matrix, anytime you're in the matrix and you go and you have to go do something, you got to deal with people, and all of the frequencies that we have to walk into our homes with. And how do we cleanse ourselves? This is one of the most powerful, simple ways to begin to cleanse that energy field that we all walk with, right? So again, we reach out, grab that bowl, allow it to pour. And this is where you can begin to utilize many different things, but just allow it to wash over you, right? And I like to use my hands like I'm in the shower, right? Because I am. And so this is another important thing to do. So just like when you're in the shower, right? You have the curtain, right? And you have a wall, right? Water just isn't spraying everywhere. And we want to be the same with our ka, right? And especially isfet frequencies that we don't want within our home. So one of the methods that I do is I take this symbol, right, the ankh, and I imagine it on the ground, right, in front of me. So I'm standing in the middle of an ankh, right? So that which is around me is a vortex that I'm, through a grounding process, I shift and send all the frequencies that I don't want around me into, right? So before I get started, right, I take my body and I use my body for everything. Everything I'm doing, I act it out, right? It's a very powerful way to bring the internal world outside of you and make them relate, right? So I'll take and I'll draw myself in a shinu, like I'm literally drawing myself, knotting it out, taking the rope, throwing it forward, right? So now I'm inside of an ankh, right? And so as I'm pulling down that new and any of those frequencies and those energies that I don't want attached to me, right, goes on down into that Saba, into that doorway that I created out of an ankh, right? So just like it, I go in, and through this process, you can just do that, right? And you'll feel it, right? Allow yourself to be a part of it, exist in it, right? That's one of the secrets is to experience it, right? So, and you can utilize the tone that's associated with this, abu or ab, and which heightens it, right? So I'll do abu. And it's just running constantly, right? You can hear what you hear, right? You can hear it. Smell what you smell. You can smell it. Feel it. You can taste it. You can see it. You can hear it. All of your senses, right? But again, right? So there's the I am pure, right? My hati is washed, right? So I'm literally washing my ka with the medu frequency of the thought process and then actually being done to me, right? And using the tone and turning on all of the senses one by one to more embed yourself in the experience. The more embedded that you are in the experience, the more powerful of a result that you'll receive. All right. So we start with the hati. We start with the front and then hehi. We go to the rear. All right. So what does that look like? Same thing, right? We do the front. Feel what you feel. Smell what you smell. Hear what you hear. And I hear birds. It's a beautiful way to clear the mind of noise, especially when you use the tones. Just start when you use the tones. It silences whatever silences it, right? Nu. Abu and Nu. Those are two powerful tones of water to cleanse an area outside of you, to cleanse it inside of you. So you start with the front and then you go to the back, right? Same thing. Imagine you grabbing that bowl, right? And pouring it behind you. Feel it pour on you. It's washing your ka. You're getting rid of any of those frequencies, those energies that you don't want, right? You get rid of them. You throw them down into that portal, right? Smell what you smell. Hear what you hear. All right, so we do the front, we do the back. Don't worry about the time. Don't worry about, especially the first time you do it. Right? There is no time limit. You can do it fast if you need to do something quick. Right? But how I like to start, when I very first start something, I do it very slow. And I really allow myself to experience as much of it as I can. So when I need to turn it on at will, I can just turn it on. So we start with the front and we go to the back. And then we do what? My interior hath been in the pool of MAAT, right? So then we take an internal. So now the full front side and back side, right? The hati, which that directly ties into the eve, to the heart, right? As the lion. and then the back side, right, as well, cleansing that, and then you do it again. But this time you bring it inside of your body, right? So you grab the bowl, pour it on yourself, and you pretend as if there's a big hole in your head, and you allow that slowly just like water gushing everywhere, like filling up but upside down, right? Cleansing the internal parts of the ka. Abu, right? Using the tone, using the glyph that our great ancestors left from us and also showed us, right? So by utilizing that 3-step process of cleansing the front, cleansing the back, and then cleansing internally, right? And again, acting it out, right? You're going in and getting rid of those things, right? And a lot of times you can feel like certain parts, depending on how sensitive you are. You know, so for example, I can feel a lot of different energies and entities around. So I may feel like something on the back of my leg, like static, like when you rub a balloon and you come across your skin, you can feel like the energy, the frequencies, the magnetism. Depending on how sensitive you are, you can sense and you can pick those things up. So even throughout the day, when I'm feeling something, right, I'll literally grab it and I put myself into my Ankh Saba and throw it in there, right? And so I may take an hour to just do this, right? And this is step 1 of a multiple step process. But this cleansing part and just washing the ka, and literally putting your hands in work and using your hands, right? Washing all parts of yourself, external and internal, right? You can, just like when you're in the shower, right? Everything that's outside of you is also taking place inside of you, right? So whenever we're cleansing the physical body, right, we can take that same intention and cleanse internally. So the organs, right, different parts of your organs, whenever you're washing that internal parts of yourself, by placing your consciousness, your ma'at, your ari, into a specific part of your body, you can begin to wash it, right? So as this is, it's like it's always turned on, right? And the more you do it, it's always running nonstop. So it becomes just a conscious thing to now it's subconscious, to where it's always on. It is never not on. So any particular time when I need to use it, right? Like if I need to wash the eve, right? It's place myself in it and I wash it, right? It's meditation, but with action, right? It's using your actual body, right? The lungs, right? The kidneys, because placing your consciousness there creates the opportunity for that reality to exist, right? And depending on how imbued you are in the process, again, will multiply your outcomes, right? And you'll be able to see it in your own life. So taking that process to really cleanse that. And so if this is something that you do every single day, you will notice a difference. You will, in fact, start to become more aware of some of the things that we physically go through and feel, but ignore because we have to keep moving, right? But by simply cleansing yourself, your ka, right? Cleansing your ka, just like your kat. But when you start with the ka, it'll doubly impact on the kat, right? Because most of us are thinking from the outside in. Because that's what the matrix teaches, right? This physical experience outside of us, that's like our first impression. That's what we use first. But when you place your intention before the physical thing manifests, it doubles up, because you're a step ahead, right? You're not, the physical thing isn't then causing you to the experience of the actual thing, right? Isn't affecting you when you place your intention before. So the cause and effect is reversed. So where when we go through something, it affects us, right? Versus we're causing the effect that we want. So by putting yourself pre, you create more of the effect that you want. You get the outcome that you want because you set the intention before, which directly goes into your awareness, your ma'at, your ari, which is what we taught that you use to create something, right? So by literally placing yourself into the frequency of the ka first, it will start to affect your actual physical body, right? And then that goes into many other deeper topics, in which factually and scientifically we can show and prove that there is physiological illnesses based on non-physical effects, right? Like stress, right? Stress can literally physically make you sick. And by simply removing stress, you remove a lot of sickness, right? You become healthier the more stress you remove from your life. Physiological illness has a lot of root in suppressed emotion, all right? So as you begin to unsuppress that emotion, it will physically start changing you, right? So now that we're purified of the front, the abu is washed, right? The pehi are cleansed. The ib, the interior, is in a pool of ma'at, right? Is washed and cleansed. And then in, without, is the waters as well, right? So the water is used to attain something, but it's also used to remove something as well, right? So washing every member within me, shu, right? So without a member in me is shu, is clear. Ab na, I have been purified in the seshetet, the pool, and reset, and I have rested in, and it continues, right? Because it always continues. There's always more. It always goes deeper. There's always another layer to unlock. But we have to start simple. So I wanted to bring this to you all, just to, and this is what I call pouring down new, right? Pouring down new. And it's a very powerful cleansing exercise that everyone can do every single day. And you will notice a difference for sure. All right? Page 173, Ani Ma'akoru. I have not gone into the house of destruction. I have not come to an end. I have not known it. Nuk Ra, coming forth from Nu, right? So I am Ra, coming forth from Nu. The soul that is divine, the Ba Pu Necher, the soul that is a Necher, the Kamam of his Hau, the creator of his members. An abomination to me is Isfet. Not do I look upon it. Not do I cry against Ma'at. I live in her. Nuk Hu. I am who. Never doeth he fail in my name, that of Ba. Right? I have created myself with Nu in my name of Kepara. Right? So as I started, we audit Kepara, what to do to transform yourself into a netter that brings light to darkness. By Kepara, myself, with Henna, the Henna, which again is your arm and your hand, with Nu in my Ren of Kepara. So as the cleansing process is concluded, Nu is a powerful tone that you can use to do many things with. But by utilizing these tones with the visualization of the glyph in your mind, works. so for sure. So with Nu in my Ren of Kepara, I come into being in it in the form of Ra. I am the Lord of light. Make sure I didn't. Okay. So I am in the form of Ra. Nuk Neb Seshep. So before one comes forth as Ra, as light, right? Before you can come forth as light, you have to go into the darkness and cleanse Abu with Nu, right? And then from there, you come forth as a brighter being, right? By literally washing yourself, embedding yourself, embodying yourself as Nu, right? So that water that's always on, that Abu, that's always consistently flowing and pouring within and without, allows one to begin to visualize and imagine themselves literally as what the Natiru depicted themselves as, right? So as long as we have reference to something that we can connect to, you can conceive it, right? Once you think something, once you conceive it, you can explain it, right? You can create it, but it all starts with the conception of thought first. Once you're able to conceive the thought, then you can birth it and bring it to life and create it, right? Bring it forward. So I am Nu. I've created myself with Nu in my Ren of Kepara, right? Arit Kepara. What to do to Kepara? To be to contain the Ren, the frequency of one who Kepara, right? By creating yourself Kepara with Nu. From there, I come into being. I'm able to Kepara in the form of Ra as Nuk Neb Seshep. All right. And so what's another word for light here in the Per Im Haru of Yuya, right? 153, chapter 153. These are the rays of light of day. What's the word? Nut. Nut heru. Light rays of the day. So the same word for water creates the word for light. Right? So as we peka mku and we purify, we abu, because again, it starts with a particular process, and then we can start to slowly go internal to allow the nu to wash, to create the light rays, right? These are the light rays of day. Nut. And so here we see a beautiful reference for ourselves, right? So literally just visualizing this is what I'm doing, right? There's a little slight alteration to it, but you can absolutely just use what the great ancestors left as reference for a starting point. Absolutely. So this is what's happening, right? And this is what we're doing on the Ka level, because our great ancestors understood that, and that's just, you know, the Ka. But that's where we start for sure. And purify, abu, utilize the nu to wash yourself. Because as you look at this, you see he's in white garbs, which you can add to your visualization, because in your Ka, you can create and change at will. So, and this goes deeper into the ritual itself, right? But you don't have to get everything exact. And matter of fact, I demand that we keep it simple, because there's plenty of depth and time to take it further. But start slow and master one thing at a time. Well, this is the way I do it. You know, I just go through a process very, very slow, to where it becomes unthinkable. I don't have to think about doing it, or I can just turn it on at will and be effective, right? If there's any time when I need to shift my state at any time, doesn't matter what's happening anywhere, I can immediately shift my state. And it just comes from a lot of practice and just hours of doing it over and over and over and over and over and over again. All right. So what's another word that nu brings forward? Because once you wash, once you cleanse, right, and nu is able to allow light to properly come through by getting the dirt off. Nu means to clothe, to cloth, to wrap, or to swaddle. So mainly relates to mummification. See also nu, swaddle, and nu, mummify. So this nu is now swaddling you. So it's now covering and wrapping yourself like a blanket, right? Because it's in front and it's also behind. And it's in a consistent stream that swaddles and allows you to consistently purify your Ka nonstop. But again, it takes a lot of practice to get to that part. But by doing it over and over again, and by also literally taking your hands and drawing it in that way, right? Swaddling yourself with it. So another thing that I do is through the different, just to build a reference point that people are familiar with, the what's known as the chakra system, that we know as the Ker or the Keret or the Mehi. Mehi, which is also goes back into a loop. So as it's running, one thing that I do is everything always is within the visualization, right? So even when you're utilizing the tones, when you place your consciousness within a particular part of your organs, there's a different power with your tone. But you literally take yourself and wrap yourself with it. So as I go through it, and I see what I see, I smell what I smell, I hear what I hear, I feel what I feel, I taste what I taste. I take it and I literally wrap myself with it. New. I swaddle myself with it. And I run it through that lower point, right? That's utilized very heavily to ground with, right? And that's another set of exercises to ground. But as I literally wrap myself and swaddle myself with it, and allowing it just to flow until it just starts on its own, and now it's just filtering and it's washing that whole inside lower access parts, which is what we it's so very important, because everyone's so just up in the clouds, right? Spiritual, I'm so intuitive, but until we begin to ground, if you don't ground, you're just susceptible to whatever, you know. So anyways, as you go through and you start to swaddle and wrap yourself within that new, you become a literal shinu. You become a literal walking body of new, right? That's just purifying and cleansing. And you do that enough, something will come up. And as it comes up, once you feel it, you reveal it. Once you reveal it, you heal it, right? But we swaddle, right, within the new, to really cleanse that ka, like you're mummifying yourself in the cleansing waters of nu abu, right? Saying nuk nu, literally becoming purified water, right, on the ka level. And so here's from the Pert Imharu of Hinutawi, and here you see Tehuti pouring Abu Nu over top Hinutawi here. And you see the glyphs, Abu, S Abu. She doubly purified, right? The front side and the back side, and internally, right? So this is what we're doing. This is what they showed us. And when we begin to enact it and act it out, very powerful transformation that comes with it. So Abu, just starting with yourself again, pouring down new, pouring it down over and over, washing self over and over. Okay. Abu, washed. The horn here, which again is a symbolic teaching of your thoughts as well, because this horn, this Abu, which is also the same word for the eyebrow, which on the Uwachit is your thoughts, So literally, because all of this is happening, well, most of it's happening in your thoughts, in your mind, it too is being purified by default because you're using your mind to purify yourself. So as you purify yourself, your physical body, you're purifying your mind. Same thing, as you purify your mind, and you can take this method and chunk it down to, I mean, you can chunk it down. You know, how slow do you want to go? How much cleansing do you want to do? Is there a specific thing that you want to focus on to wash and abu and use the heka? Right? Abu, washed. Page 38 of E. Wallace Budge, chapter 17 of the Per Imharu. Ankh Uja Seneb, without defect to its neb, otherwise said, it is the eye when it is sick. And what's this word for sick? The same word for water. Myrrh. Because there's always duality within the MEDU and within our teachings. Right? As Sab always says, put your clean water with the dirty water. Right? It's the foundationally it's the same. Right? It's just the frequencies therein that allow something to be purified or something to be impure, right? But it's the same, just different degrees of the same, so we can literally change it, right? But it always starts on a internal level first, and then you can begin to see the physical manifestation happen. So it is the eye when it is sick, when it is weeping for its fellow. Standeth up then Tehuti, to wash the eye. I see. So here we go again. Right after washing, purifying, now you can see. So it's very clear, you know, after the seeing, the ma'ah, on the deeper levels only can come from purification. It isn't just thinking about purifying. It's literally taking your body, your hands, and enacting and acting out the actual cleansing, shedding real tears, cleansing and purifying real isfet. That can go back to, like I said, when you're a baby. But washing it allows you to see, right? I see Ra, born of yesterday, from the hindquarters of Me'ort. His strength is my strength, and conversely, right? So his ucha is my ucha. That's rare. Why? Because we're one and the same, right? There cannot be a vice versa unless you are the same and equal, whether on opposite ends of the spectrum or on the same. Either or, you have to be of the same foundation to be able to interchange one another. So to be interchangeable, right, with mech, as you see here, the three new waters, and you see the girdle or the cloth here, right? Knots and loops. So, oh, and that reminds me too, after you're done, and whatever, if you do like me and you create an ankh to stand within, that all of your ku, all of your all of the frequencies that you don't want, and you're done cleansing, you draw back, right, and you close it back up, right? I draw that ankh tail back to me, and I unloop it, right, and I close it, right? So his strength is my strength. Conversely, what then is it? This is the water of Pet. Here's Inu, Nui, in Pet, which is also Nu. So pouring down Nu, right? Bringing the skies, the heavens to earth, right? And by doing this on the Ka level, it's absolutely transformational, right? So this is the water of Pet. What is the water of Pet? The strength that is also your strength that comes from the Kapet, or the hindquarters of Mech Ort, right? The great goddess, sacred cow, the great Neteret of Mech, of the waters, born from Ra yesterday, right? After having the eye washed. And for those of you who have seen the session where I taught on the 10th hour of the Amduat, which is a reckoning process, a cleansing process, where at the end, an associate of Tehuti gives you the Uwachet after you've been reckoned. You can then begin to see just how many variations of sight that we have to earn, right? So I see Ra, born of yesterday. This is the water of heaven, right? Of Nu, which, see these blocks here, and then you see an eye right here, right? Which is the eye of Ra, or the feathered eye, or the falcon eye, right? Which you also will see this encircled in water. But here you have He, which this was used to create the Hebrew letter He, and that, you know, Hebrews don't know when they're drawing their He in the word Yahu or Yahweh, they're actually drawing a netter, and I'm gonna bring that forward. I'll sign that too and ask some questions about that. But here's the netter He, who is Nu, that you have a direct image of multiple symbols, but that you can also visualize yourself as, right? So literally through the cleansing process, and as you begin to wash, you'll find it more easier to literally see yourself like this and sit in it, right? Not the rational mind thinking about, am I doing it? No, you're lost in it, right? As what people like to call it, right? But really, you're super attentive to the experience, right? When you hit that flow state, it's not something that's calculated. There is no rational attachment to it. It's you're within the experience. That's where the secret is, you know. So this is Nu, which also means to see, to watch, to take care of. To watch, to monitor. Also in the priestly title, Nu Shatau, he who sees the mystery. Also as a goddess, Nut. What does Nut mean? She who sees. She who sees. So, Nu, to see, to watch, to take care of. By washing yourself, by pouring down Nu onto the Ka, and physically cleansing yourself, right? The jet keft seperet ar saket tin ma'atiu peka nesuet m ku Eri NF Ma'ahor Netiru. Words spoken upon reaching the hall of the two Ma'at, separating him from transgression, he's committed, or that has been committed unto him or her. Beholding the faces of the Netiru, right? Purifying so we can see. So ku as the transgression, nu is also a word for wrong or weakness, right? The same thing you're using to purify yourself to attain strength is literally washing away the weakness, right? And I'm giving you all of this so it goes into your practice, right? And again, if you just need to start with one, right? You understand that nu is water, right? And clothing or wrapping yourself within it, right? Just practice that. Just practice pouring down nu, front, back, internal, front, back, internal, front, back, internal. I always do mine in sets of 3s at least. And then I just double, triple, quadruple on the 3. But I usually do one set of 9, right? 9 times. So front, back, inner, 1. Front, back, inner, 2. Front, back, inner, 3. Front, back, inner, 4. Front, back, inner, 5. Front, back, inner, 6. Right? And I do that 9 times. That's one set. And I just do that over and over and over again. And then if I want to add something new to it, okay, well, now let me wrap and swaddle myself in nu. So I'm already tying it all together. So you're already starting with nu. Nu is the foundation. It's the water itself that you're pouring, which creates the word abu as purification, right? So you're starting there. That will grant you high levels of transformation and cleansing. But then you want to take it to the next level. Okay, now as we do one set of 9 of just front, back, middle. Now I'll do front, back, middle, and then I'll wrap it. Right? Wrap it 3 times. One set, or 1. Front, back, middle. Wrap it. Two. Front, and just do it over and over and over again, and master it step by step by step. When you do it that way, you're able to not only just be more effective, you'll get more done, right? You have 17,000 tools in your toolbox, but if you don't use them, what's the point, right? Just to have them just in case. No, I'd rather have 5 tools of the tools that I use all the time than to have 17,000 of tools that I just don't even use because there's too many. I can't find what I need. I don't know where to go. It's too much to look at. So just start, which is the first process. And as you get more comfortable and more confident and more certain in yourself, you can begin to add these words, and it just compounds. It grows stronger and stronger and stronger, right? So you have that, right? And you have this visualization that you can look at before you start the practice, right? Embed this into your mind's eye as you're doing it, right? And then, you know, you can just continue to add, and there's always more for sure. So using nu to wash away the wrongdoings and the weaknesses. The examination. What then is thy condition? I am pure from ku, right? And so this is a great way to close your cleansing process, right? Ab, ku, im, ku, neb. Ab, ku, im, ku, neb. Right? So once you get through with your process and you're ready to wrap up your saba, right? Ab, ku, im, ku, neb. Or I am pure from all ku. I am pure from all isfet. Right? And utilizing the tones. I am protected from the baleful acts of those who live in their days. Right? But we don't got to go into that. Just I am pure from all ku, from all evil. Right? So, and so yes, I'll conclude there. And I hope you all enjoyed and was able to take something away from this session and was able to learn something new. This is something different that I wanted to bring to you all that has greatly affected my Ankh and has assisted my transformation. And this is and as you know, as I continue to advance and grow and become more aware of more of what the MEDU has to offer, I will bring it to you all. And for those who want to learn more and go deeper, that's always available. So this is something that is being constructed and organized for sure as I learn and implement and see what works. And I'm here to bring it to you all. So this is pouring down new, a beautiful way to begin cleansing, to go into the process of Pekka Imku, and learning then how to track where the emotional source exists within the body, because every frequency, energy, every emotion has a connection to the body, right? And there's a way to find out where that lives, pointed out. And there's many things that that we can begin to do to create a somatic address between our interoception, our exteroception, bring those two worlds together by using our hands and getting our rational mind out of the way, going into the deep subconscious parts of ourself, and begin to transmute and reorganize memories, right? But we start here with pouring down new. So this is the completion of Seshep Session 1 that I wanted to bring to you all and give you all a practical set of instructions and tools directly from the Pert in Peru to really begin to cleanse the Ka. So there we are. Hotep Henu, Ma'a Karu. Everyone, too, are very much for your time and attention. Without your attention, this don't exist. And I'll bring the great brothers back on the screen here. So, Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love. And tuat for everyone who, I'm not sure, I haven't been looking at the chat, but everyone who participated with me in the future in other settings will also, we'll do it all together, you know. And so, yeah, Hotep Henu, Ma'a Karu. Peace and love, everyone. Tuat for your attention. And if you appreciate anything that this session brought, then just show your support and reciprocity through those links as well. So Hotep, great brothers, are you there? Tef, you're on mute, great brother. You're muted on here on Restream. I'll mute you. Okay, try it now. No, I can't hear you. How long was that? Oh, 2 hours. I didn't know it was gonna go that long, but it's good. I was able to bring a thorough teaching on just one of the great exercises that I do. Great to Jets to Jim. You there, great brother? I think Atef is coming back in. Peace and love to Robert Williams. Hotep, great brother. Peace to you. Growing with Soul. That's a new name in the chat. Hotep, peace to you. Okay, Angela Gates says, I'm doing it with you. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let me know how it works, for you, for sure. Great, Angela Gates. Hotep,
Peace. Excuse me, man. I had to move the laptop and everything. It was in the area Set was in, and she was asleep. And I was like, man, I can't wake her, man. Sometimes it's a little harder to put her down, man. So I had to switch up everything and put it in a whole nother room. So I was like, okay, cool. All right. So, hey, peace and love, man. Hey, Hotep, Tua for giving us literally an exercise and a practice and a ritual that we could do. This was super nefer. I'm gonna definitely do this this week and practice this. I never looked at I never visualized the Param Heru like you just broke down right there, and especially it ties into other books that I've read about, like cleansing like your aura, or you know what I mean, your ka, trying to really get those things right. So now you breaking it down like this, it kind of gave me layers of, oh, they're utilizing these things as tools, and they're telling you in a different way, but just not in the Param Heru way. So so this was super nefer. Like I said, I'm definitely trying this out. All I got to do is just listen to the playback, and I can visualize it then, or just make a few edits of your breakdown to where you're leaning on the exercise in itself, and then just do the playback and visualize that as you help me walk through that type of ritual. So I think that was super nefer, man. Yeah, I don't know how you just pulled this off the hip. Because whatever you had ready for Sanetter, hey, this was a good one, man. Because you actually gave a step by step, and that's cool. And I hope people show love. People who watch this in the future as well, get that reciprocity, because that's Patah just gave us a whole step by step how to cleanse yourself, how to pekam ku. So dua to you, great brother. This was nefer. So definitely ongoing playback this week until I'm able to execute the ritual with ease and fall into that flow state, right? So Tua to you, great brother. Dua.
Nini Ka, great brother. Tua for your Medu. And yeah, absolutely. I put there's definitely some gems in there, you know, for whoever catches them, for sure. So Tua to you. And yes, you're absolutely correct. And that's one of the, man, that's one of the differences between the MEDU and what you can learn from other practices. Is because once you apply the MEDU to it, we embodied everything. We turned everything into a way to embody it. That don't exist in these other, like in the Qigong exercise. What I just gave was like level 10 compared to just the one that you get in the regular Qigong, right? Because they don't have the references that we have, you know. So when they're doing something and they're what they call pulling down the heavens, what is heaven, right? What are they thinking about when they think of that in the skies, right? So with what I'm able to do by taking these things and allowing the MEDU to unveil itself, advances these exercises beyond what they're intended for in other spaces, for sure. So by simply visualizing new and then just taking the words that I showed and placing that within the consciousness of the exercise, because everything compounds. So as we begin to become more advanced and being able to do multiple things in one time and use more of the senses at the same time consciously, the more that we're actually able to stack and add, right? Because it becomes more natural. So when new is, because what can we do with water? Like, what can we do with that, you know? And how can we use water with other Natiru, you know, to expand or subtract something? So I'm like in this world where so much is being brought to us, and being able to organize it out by first just doing it, right? Being the example to see the effects that it has, to even for me to want to even teach it, right? So Tua to you, great brother, for your words, and as always, and your great support that you provide in all the ways that you do, great brother. So Hotep Hinu, Ma'akaru, to you, great to Jed.
Hotep Tua, Nini Yook. Appreciate you, great brother.
Right, Hotep. Great Tef.
Hotep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know what happened. My mute was stuck on. The button was stuck. It wouldn't. it was stuck. You know, it wouldn't. I had to go out and come back in. But let me give you your hand claps. I was trying to get hand claps.
Hotep to you, the visionary. Peace to you, great brother. Tua for these powerful words.
Yes. Yeah, Hotep to you, visionary.
Oh, you muted again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mic check. Okay. Did you hear the hand claps?
Heard the hand claps.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, good. I gotta give you your hand. I gotta give you your hand claps. Yeah, this was phenomenal, brother. This was
Two up.
them tones, brother. You know, so yeah, this count. Everything count, brother. I have to give you a Hindu for this because he said,
Brother, you keep your mic keep muting. It keeps like muting and then unmuting.
Guys, mute on itself. Oh, I know what it is. I know that I got this expensive mouse and it move on its own. My mouse got like 10 buttons on it, but it was stuck on the thing. But that wasn't why. It was, yeah, yes, I have a mouse.
That's
with
too many buttons.
That's what I be trying to tell y'all. This is yo, listen. This is what is this? A Logitech M. Yo, listen. This is the mouse costs $100, man. Like at least I think I got it for. Yeah, it's great though. It's great. It's a Logitech. I think it's a MK something 3. It's really great for if you need multiple buttons and triggers and stuff like that. But anyway, but that's not what was going on the first time, I don't think. But yeah, I want to say thank you for this because this was very layered. It was very therapeutic. And I wasn't gonna say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Y'all know that I love to take a shower, just like everybody else. But I think that I love it more than everybody else. Because I could take literally 20 showers a day. I mean, like on a good day, I just love the water, man. I love new. And when you showed that new means to take care of yourself, it made sense to me because especially when I early on in creating my presentations, when I would get these what people would call anxiety. I don't call it anxiety. I call it just feeling, motivation. I would go ground. I would go walk around the lake, feed the ducks, and then take a shower. And one of the beautiful things about the shower is the now for me is incorporating the MEDU in it because that's something that I recently started doing. Is doing certain utterances as the water's rinsing over me, similar to the practice that you showed. So this was great, man, that that we on this same frequency, good brother. In fact, I had to go take a shower during your presentation, and I didn't know you was going to do the practice. And then I got out the shower right when you started, and I just, was doing the visual along with you. And I said I wasn't going to say that, but it don't matter because that's how imbued I am. And then another synchronicity, of course, is that one of my favorite natures, of course, was the Sekhmet, and she was the rim of Ra. She came forth from his eye. Yeah, this was very synchronistic, bro. So 2 out for the ritual, and then you went into the stacking because I'm like, okay, now I have more layers to add to it. It's not just, it is about the purification. It's about the Pekka Mku and constantly imbuing that, coming forth as conscious light. And that's another one of the things that I do, kind of what you said when you was talking about just doing it in the moment, right? Almost like subconsciously, like dirt off my shoulders, right? Like that's what that is. Like when you like Dustin, and I'm just using that metaphorically, because we're all young and we're, from the hip hop generation, subconsciously that's where that came from, right? So I'm glad that you touched on that. And then another synchronicity was I got invited to go do some qigong with one of my coworkers. And I'm definitely looking forward to that. So I'm like, wow, like, so just those tones, just that frequency in itself, those particular tones, right? The MEDU, and then the visualization of it, and then what I'm actually doing, what I have been doing and learning on my own, like just trying to evolve. Yeah, this was great, bro. This was a therapy session, brother. I love how you started with oh, let me say that I like the new format too. I love that, right? Because I love learning. So I'm like looking at the thing and looking at the arrows, and I'm like, did he make the arrows? What the arrows made? I got all these questions now, right? So I love the new style, or different style. You know, that's the beautiful thing about the Nitiru. It's not just one. It's not one style. It's not one nature. So two out for that, and showing us, you know, beginning with the Per Meru and the second approach, and you know, touching on that doorway and the three natures that we will encounter there. Two up for that. I want to give them Hindu, and then chapter 15 of Amina Mope, and speaking about the metaphorical synchronicities and instructions that he left behind for us, and again correcting what people call the 42 laws of Ma'at. Two out for that. Yeah, this was phenomenal, brother. I wasn't expecting it to play out like this, and my stomach was hurting. I don't know, my wife made something and my stomach started hurting, so I went and I took a shower, right? And I had the phone playing, so I was listening to the presentation, and then you said you're gonna do a practice with water, and I'm like, I'm bugging out, right? I'm like, is this like, and then I was like, man, you know, my stomach started feeling better. I was taking care of myself. And then when I got out and came and looked at the computer, because I had it on my phone playing, so I'm listening, right? So I got out, I come look at the computer, and then you was going through the practice. And I was just like, wow, like, I immediately got grateful to be on this frequency, right? Because everybody's not on this frequency. And some people didn't even take a drink of water right now while you was teaching, right? While you was going through it. And I'm just, it's not that it's just being on the same frequency, brother. Like, I don't know, man. This was great, bro. I wasn't expecting it, like I said. And I love how you showed your favorite, or one of your favorites, like you say, like you quoted. Which you know, what MEDU is your favorite at that time, you know? So it's just like how it is with me with the smells, right? People like, oh, you have so many. It's different because every day is different. You know, I feel different at different times. I like different fragrances and different frequencies. So there's different MEDU necessary at different points in time. So two out for that, showing us your favorite MEDU at different times, and making transformations, right? Yeah, that's fire. I like that. And then you went into the eye symbol and showing how the eye means to do, like put in the work, right? Like it's a practice. It's not just a visual thing. It's also a doing, and incorporating the motion, and the not being still, right? You know, where I'm at, what I do to support myself financially, it requires a lot of walking. and just being in motion. And it's, you know, it comes easy to me. And I like how you showed that, how you demonstrated that. Yeah, this was very therapeutic, good brother. Very, very, very therapeutic. And then I'm gonna end it by saying 2 hours of the 3 sets of, or the 9 sets of 3, right? And showing us the power of the MEDU from a numerical standpoint, right? And how we can imbue the practice that way, right? Just you touched on the, but imbuing everything, your surroundings, the motion, you know, like everything, and just imbuing that. So 2 up for that, great brother. And yeah, I'm gonna end it with the quote that you said, and I don't know if I'm gonna say it right, but I'm gonna try. You feel it, and then you reveal it, and then you heal it, right? I'm gonna end it with that because that was very, very synchronistic as well, because, you know, we all feel like we the only one going through something. You know, we all feel like that. At times you feel alone. You don't feel like there's nobody understands you and it's just you. And in a lot of ways that's true, but in more ways than not, it's not true, because you're never really alone. You're never alone. However, only you can do it. Only you can heal yourself. Only you. No one can heal you. It's up to you. You have to be your own hero. You have to be, you are the netter, right? So, yeah, great brother, I'm going to end with that. This was fire, man. I wasn't expecting it, like I said. So, Tupac for giving us some practices and exercises that we can incorporate into our daily life as we begin to, like I touched on, again, another synchronicity, live the culture, right? Instead of studying it like Budge and Kelly Simpson and Lithium and all of them, right? But actually living it, and Jabari and the rest of them, right? They just study the culture. They're not actually living it. So 2 out for this, great brother, and that's what separates us from them, right? They'll argue about Spider-Man beating Batman, like that's real, but then turn around and say the Natiru don't exist. Make that make sense. Hotep, I'm done. To our great brother.
Nini Ka, great brother. Wow, 2 out for that. And yeah, there's always, you're always catching many of the synchronicities that that take place. And yeah, I always say, if like I showed in the Per Imheru with the transformation into a netter that brings darkness into light, to be that netter, that means you have to go into dark spaces. You know, you see at the bottom where when you're pressed down, when you're weeping, and the great Hemet is there to raise you up. That's not something you can like plan for. Like, you can't plan those type of things. You just, by doing the exercises, by doing the cleansing, and it's like, you ever heard the universe doesn't give you nothing that you're not ready for? And that's true enough to be true, for sure. So as we begin to advance our skill set, more is revealed, because we have the ability to heal it. So so that is a disclaimer that I give to everyone. as you begin to do these exercises that I teach you, and that it will begin to put you in a position to reveal a lot of the things that are hidden, that prevent or slow down our process of attaining what we want. So yes, there's in that state where you're working to raise yourself back up. I always say, you know, the showers is one of the most healing thing. When you're depressed, when you're upset, when you take as many showers as possible, like you said, 20 showers a day. Whenever it's like,
bro, listen,
I need to clean
motorcycle, bro. I wanted to take a shower. I fell out my motorcycle. I wanted to take a shower. I got a headache. I want to take a shower. I don't take aspirin, right? I'm just telling you. I get hungry. All right, I gotta go take a shower. It's just, I don't know. I don't even want to say it's weird, but you know, I'm just telling you, like that's.
No, it ain't weird.
It's not. It's just who I am. I've always been like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's powerful because it works a lot. It definitely works. Because we know anytime you're in a less than positive state, things get disorganized, you know, and all of you know, because it's just a reflection of what's happening internal. So by literally physically externally cleansing the body, I know that there's a cleansing taking place internal too. So it's always a dualism at play. Everything is always at least a double. So Tua and Hinu to you, great brother, for all that you said, and just the great benefit that you're able to receive because of the works that you're doing. And it's very powerful. We not only do we have the MEDU, we have the ability to understand it greater than anyone before, because it is a living frequency. It's conscious, right? The more aware that we become of consciousness and how it exists in everything within and around us, and that's a forever unwrapping of the layers. Every time that there's an upgrade in awareness, I'll just look back and it's like I wasn't even using, you know. So it's just like, but it's like it's just a powerful thing, and I'm just very grateful and honored to be selected and chosen by the Natiru to bring forward a lot of these practices and reinstalling the MEDU Netra in an accurate way. Because when you go to these other spaces, or if you're learning Qigong, it's great to learn, but there's no reference to, you know, there's no reference. So just what we just gave, I gave a direct reference to Per Meru of the practice that we did. So everything that we do is just multiplied by whatever compounding symbolism that we become aware that's attached, because it's, you know, just even what I showed is so much far advanced than everyone else. But even just what I gave y'all, it goes way deeper too, and we only can attain it by practicing it and giving ourselves the opportunity to experience something that we don't even know is possible. We don't even know, can't even conceptualize it, because what reference do we have to it? Don't exist. I know I didn't have a reference for some of the transformations I've been going through. I didn't know, I wasn't expecting none of it. I just knew something was happening. Like you said, I don't know what's happening. I just know something's happening. And until it just broke. Like it just broke. And it was like a multiple, like that day where I was supposed to go on Sadnetta initially the last time, which was supposed to be a Friday, but I ended up going on Sunday. That Friday, I had to reschedule that because that was one of the most transformational, difficult days ever in my life, you know. But because I had the tools, because I was able to, I'm just in full-on breakdown mode in the middle of wherever I'm at. You know, I don't care who's looking. I'm sitting there like that and doing my thing. I don't care who's looking at me, because I have to use it now. So, oh, this is what you want to do. You want Pekka Mkuu, you want to cleanse, you want to become purified, you want to become a netter, then this is what you got to do. So, yeah, it's a very powerful thing. And so everything that I bring it forward is stuff that has helped me, that I know has will positively affect those who use it, and especially follow the way that I did it, and take that and then ask for the next. What else can you add to it? That's because when you go through the Perm Haru, and you know, the chapter of learning how to breathe air in the Netzer Kurt, right? The chapter of how to smell. Why are there chapters on how to unlock senses, right? And it's in a space, right? In a place where we're dealing with a energetic tone. It's one of the ways to, man, it's so powerful, and it is very deep, but just step by step. The great visionary asked a wonderful question. He said, "Thanks for welcoming me. Kemet is a tsunami of great info in general. How do y'all take it all in and properly study the culture and wisdom without overloading your mind?" That's a fantastic question. And it's just a step-by-step process, right? So just how I spoke about the practices, and how I learn practices is I do the same thing over and over and over and over again. And I just focus on one thing at a time. So like when I started learning the MEDU, I only focused on taking in as many unilateral words as I could. So all the words that just have one tone to it, I just studied that. And then once I got comfortable with that, I moved on to bilaterals, like ka, right? And ba, words that have two glyphs to them. And then I moved on to three. And so there's things that we take in, right? We read, but we're just reading. But then the things that you actually want to embed, and the things that you actually want to be useful, that's what you focus on, for sure. So for me, it was the MEDU, because that's what allows everything else to exist. So when it comes to the information, just chop it down little by little, step by step, for sure. So that's one way that I do it. Look like a Tef dropped off, but Tua, everyone, and Tua for everyone who supported. and I will put those together so we can begin to show that. But so yes, this session here, when I go to Sonnetter and I do the GEB class, everyone who has this will receive great benefit from that session, because the GEB and connecting within that is a game changer, because tying what we're bringing down and connecting it directly to the ground, in which where the water is soaked into and becoming a tree. Oh man, it's a different level of power and protection. So as I slowly begin to organize these practices, and I bring them to you all, there's there's some powerful steps, you know, to really begin to imbue the nature on a level that we're ready for, because that's all that we can receive is what we where we can take it, and we can always take it further. So knowing that, I always keep that at the forefront for me personally, because it's real easy to feel like that we are at a level that may be difficult to advance past, but keeping oneself in the position of curiosity and openness, man, it is a super secret, for sure. So yeah, dua everyone, tua for supporting, and Hotep Great to Jed.
Hotep, peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, this, I'm telling you, man, this whole presentation was a jewel just in itself. And I hope this really changed the minds of those who are watching this and the way they meditate. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to try this. It's expanded my mind a little more, of because you already kind of given, like, before all of this, you kind of given this little how to meditate in a way. You got these little prefix images in the mind, right, of how the Matrix teach you how to meditate. But these type of rituals right here, man, I'm excited. And I mentioned this a while back. Like, I speak to my cot when I'm in the shower and I'm washing, you know, giving thanks and stuff like that. So now I got another ritual of how to cleanse when in the shower, because that's where I usually do a lot of my thinking, when I'm around water. And to me, it's just a never thing. But yeah, tua for this, great brother. Definitely loving this.
Yes, Hotep. Absolutely. Yeah, this is one of the go-tos for sure, you know. Definitely multiple times a day, before bed, before you go to rest. Do pouring down new, and you will rest very, very good. And it's just amazing. As you first rise, and before you go to rest, first rising too, first thing, like, rise up, get in position, go through that process. Start off pure, impure. It's very powerful. So, yeah, as we continue to advance, our ability to tap into a lot of the unseen and conscious frequencies that exist all around us and within us will begin to open themselves up to our awareness when we're ready. And and it don't get no deeper than the MEDU. It don't get no deeper than this. Like, every single thing has a symbol and meaning to it. Every single thing. So it's far too much to even think about. Like, it's no wonder the Natiru are the Natiru. Like, it's like, wow. Like, man. So yeah, yeah, one of the just another powerful way that we can begin to wash the eye, right, is in the same process, for sure. So there's a beautiful way, you know, what we place our attention on becomes reality. So there's many things to leverage, and I always love to start with new because it's a purification thing. So if one like, if you close your eyes and you just imagine your tepiet, or just even your two eyes, just your imaginary eyes, opening and closing, opening and closing, and opening, right up, can see, closing down, going inside the body. As you close, as you open, you come back out. As you close, you go back in. As you open and then close, right? And using that and taking that same new and washing, we'll do some powerful things. So the new and what we do with it is I mean, it's just we have some powerful tools. So Duan Hinu to the great Paut for just living the example, and keeping record. So yeah, that's a powerful way to begin to wash the site a little bit, and even just becoming aware that there's a up and a inner, that's known as internal suggestion. So let me share the screen with everyone so we can give dua to the great Meru of the House of Aten, and we got to get some big bombs ready for this. The Jed, when I oh, you there, great brother?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. When we come to the we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Most definitely. Hotel.
All right. First, we'll start with the great Amun and Amunet, who sent in $10 for Tua or Sin Pata for your consistency and discipline. Dua to the great Amun and Amunet. Tua for supporting and for your consistency as well in all that you do. So Hotep Marie to Amun and Amunet. Next, we have Basa Tutmaka Aksa Fek, who sends in 2072 for Dua Pata Ani for the practice, given, and nefer sessions. Dua to the great Basa Tut. Hinu to you, great brother. Tua for your consistency and all that you do, always supporting, and for your moderation as well, great brother. So Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Marie. All right, next from the great Anpu Ma'at, who sends in $9 for Dua for the visualization. Any up, great brother. Tua for your support. Great Anpu. Uncle Jasaneb. All right, and next we have the great brother Fix, who sends in 666. Hotep Tua Hinu per Aten. Hotep to the great Fix, Hush Nation. Hotep Hinu, great brother. Tua for your consistency and always supporting, great brother. And for your tones, for your thought process, your cleansing, your Pekam Ku. So Hotep Hinu to the great Fix. All right, and next we have Robert Williams for 3372. The practice is fundamental. Tua, I will find way. Yes, you will. Dua. Hinu, great brother. Your great consistency and support. And this is what I speak very often about. And when we're consistent and when we actually put forward the intention to support a thing, and when the opportunity opens itself up for us, there's great benefit in flooding that happens, inundation that happens. So dua for everyone who's consistent. This great brother is definitely one of the great brothers who's been consistent for a long time in supporting MAAT, supporting the House of Aten, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how everyone who is doing that, what will come from that. I'm so excited to see what everyone's transformations will bear witness to. So Tua. And next we got the great visionary Jehuti En Ra Ashat Blickit. Thanks for the knowledge. The Heka'u really works. Who sends in $100 for impeccable presentation and skills. Thanks for the knowledge. Blickit. So Tua, Hinu to the great Jehuti En Ra. Tua, great brother. I'm very happy that you appreciated this session and the tools and the skill sets. So Duan Hinu, great brother, and may it find you very beneficial and effective in your processes and what you want to do. So Dua to the great Meru of the House of Aten for this session here. Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Marie, let's give them a great round of applause.
I don't play with pseudo.
All I'm offering is the truth.
Oh my God! Some of y'all think I'm an alien.
Come join us, House of ATEN. Come join us, House of ATEN, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Tiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Dua and Hinu to all of you who supported. Much Mary. I didn't know how this was going to be received, so I'm happy that it was received, Nefer. And of course, those of us here at the House of ATEN have a greater respect and understanding of the energetic processes that are present, and as we've all been deep in study and learning, which is, I mean, that's what's allowing everything to unlock, right? Is diving into the study and being genuinely open to learning whatever Ma'at is, whatever the truth is, and being open to that, whatever it is. That definitely helps in the healing process, because there's something that I've learned that I'm gonna teach you all that comes with the subconscious mind. And this is something that is very important as you begin to dive into the those subconscious parts. Is there 6 aspects to it. The first one is that it always answers first. It always answers honestly. It always feels like you're making it up. You will always feel the need to want to change it. It's never loud, and it's never linear. So when you understand those 6 dynamics of how an unconscious response works, and you start to dive into these deeper parts, whatever the first thing that comes up is usually the truth, right? And then once it comes up, oh, is that real? Oh, then you want to change it, right? That can't be right. But our forefront, our conscious mind, is always creating a rationale for why we think we do something. It's a very interesting phenomenon as we create more of a relationship with the subconscious parts of ourselves. And even, you know, doing this exercise, and the more in the flow that you get, where you're literally in the space, just like when you were a child as a kid playing, and you're there in real life, like you're there. The more you do that and you start to ground, you start to hear, you can hear the forefront conscious mind start to come in, you know, all those doubts, all those things that we don't really want to say or think, all the thoughts that we don't really want to have. You start to hear it creep in. The more you start to ground, and you're like, there really is a separation between the two. And there really is a voice that is creating dialogue that may prevent me from stepping into something that I want to do. What is that voice, right? But that's the rationale mind. That's the monkey mind. And it's what we think is in control of what we're doing, right? It's the loudest parts of ourselves. That's what we think has the power and the control, and it don't at all. Like that's one of the biggest illusions for sure. And anybody who starts to dive into the subconscious part, you recognize that, because you can then begin to create a dialogue with the subconscious minds of others, and learn how learn how there's far less control there until you become aware of it. Until you become aware of it, we are completely susceptible to our environment and what other people know. So yeah, it's a beautiful journey, and it's a very powerful process that we're learning and implementing. So Tu'a to the Netter, Tu'a to the Pa'ut, Tu'a to all of you who support this this frequency and the healing, because that's what's necessary for us to grow collectively and Pekem Ku, you know, start to remove those things that separate us. It always will go back to internal things that we need to clean up. Always. That's what it'll always go back to. If you know, that's just what it is. So so dua everyone for your support and for being a part of this session. I'll keep everyone updated throughout the week as soon as I hear from Sonnetter, and we can go there any day. I'm pulling up, and so everyone be ready to be there, and yeah, so Tu'a everyone, and yeah, I'll conclude there, and we can begin. If you great brothers have anything else you want to add on or build with before we close out.
I'm good, great brother. Dua to you again, Tu'a.
Yeah, Hotep new to you, great brother, for this NEFA presentation, and I'm glad it was received well. And my power went out. I don't know what happened, man. Everything cut off in the room. Like, it just, when you was talking to the brother. So, yeah, this was NEFA. We could end it out, brother.
All right. All right. So, yes, Hotep, everyone. For those watching on the playback, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, and make sure your notification bell is on to all. So you get the notifications. Support links are in the bio, pinned to the top of the chat. Join the Discord community. That's the quickest way to get updates that we do. Follow and subscribe to the Great Tehuti podcast every Saturday evening. Just pull up, come in, see what's happening over there, and get your questions answered. houseofaten.org. Everyone go and get your Pathways to Awakening tickets. October 19th, Los Angeles, and yeah, that's gonna be so fun. You know, we keep moving forward, keep leading with the left, and we'll continue to keep building. And before it gets better, it gets worse. But once you get over that, I call it the heal. It's the heal you got to heal from. Once you get over that, you know, we get stronger. So one of the great things that I learned from David Goggins, one of my great teachers by proxy, that I look forward to meeting in the flesh, is life doesn't get easier. You just have to get stronger. And I love that, because as you get stronger, it creates the illusion that life gets easier. And I've been really practicing and implementing that it really is easy. It's not easy. It's very easy. And I know I make things much more difficult than what they tend to be at times. And maybe others can relate to that. But it's easy. you know. But that's the beautiful thing about duality, is what's easy is hard and what's hard is easy. But simultaneously, by just taking a step at a time, you know, and accepting the reality that it is easy, and expect it to happen, want it to happen, and it only gets better and better. That's the reality that I choose to walk. So may you all also receive that. And yeah, if for those who utilize the practice, give updates in the Discord, because I definitely want to see and hear about any heka or transformation that comes from doing the practices, for sure. So looking forward to seeing you all at the pathways, and building, and yeah, just being with each other, and giving ourselves the greatest opportunity to choose to live the life that we want to live. So with that, I'll end with the MEDU Necher. Sakim M Arit Marert Ib A Simu Hatu Natiru Pert Ent Hotep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ib. May the hearts of the Natiru continue to lead as I come forth in peace. Hotep Hinu.
Hotep Hinu, peace and love. Once again, to you, great Patah. Appreciate the ritual presentation, and all the added things you gave us just now as well. So do it to you, great brother. I definitely know what it feels like to overcomplicate things, make things worse than what it really needs to be. I understand that. I understand that feeling. But to you, to all the advice you gave us as well. Definitely grateful for you, great brother. Shouts out to you. Shouts out to Tough. To you, great brother. To the great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, and his Naterts. To everybody in the chat. Basta Tut, the moderator. Do out to you, great brother. Everybody in the chat, peace and love. Everybody who watching in the future. Definitely grateful for everyone's attention here at the House of ATEN. So to you, honor you again, man. Dua. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore in Ma'at. I am the Jet Sajim Ma'at Hem Pawu Ku, for everybody in the Tiru, Uncle Justin Eb, Hotep Hinu, Nefru Pesh.
Hotep. Mic check. Yeah, to our great brother, this was a phenomenal class. Wasn't expecting it, but you never cease to impress and amaze and show forth. So to you, Hinu, to you, great brother. Hotep Hinu, to you, great brother, Dejed, and your Aout. And peace and love to our great master teacher, Saba Tehuti, I'm a Hotep Ra. Peace and love to the whole house of ATEN, all of my moderators, all the great sisters, the great brother Tehuti. To for that great donation, great support, great brother. To you. Gotta give all the supporters Hinu, the great Nukpu, Hinu to you, great brother. Ampu, Basatut, Minty Hotep, Angela Gates. So many supporters, man. Robert Williams. To all of her. To you, Ani, for this wonderful practice, brother. Really appreciate it. Like I said, it was real therapeutic. Definitely needed it. And it was very powerful because my power went off. Everything just popped and everything just went black, right? Except for my red light. I got a light that's plugged into my computer. It's I don't know, for my plants. That's the only thing that didn't shut off. It was my laptop. My computer shut off, but my laptop is next to it. But my whole sound system, TV, lights, fan, everything cut off. So speaking of those energies, you know, those unseen energies, the network, those principles, you know, they was just letting me know that they there, brother. So that was very nefer. Just went in the garage, hit the switch, gave Inu. Yesterday's class Saba did was a phenomenal Inu class. So again, Inu to the Natiru, Inu to the great Neter Nu, and the Natiru, the Medu. It's a living language, so we gotta live it. It's not. It's living for a reason. So yeah, to our great brother. And with that, we'll end the way we began with our Nefer affirmation. From today's class, today's teaching, I am pure. My breast is washed. I am pure from all evil. Monkey in MAAT, NS, Nintet or set in MAAT, Men Hepapet in MAAT, Her in QE, Per Ikut. I live for MAAT. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of MAAT. Every day I advance towards MAAT. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Come join us, House of ATEN, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of Natiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
You're watching me, but you don't want to admit you're watching me. This is great. I know exactly who you are.
Yo, let's go.
Closed my eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move, but my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement in motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed? Eating alkaline at this time, fasting Rizzo shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, fear had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of states effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch, but this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed.